me now, what I'm realizing is I'm done trying to treat people as if they're finished beings because we're all unfinished. Basically, we're all unraveling. It's very
Let me
unfair for me to kind of like have
see.
that
Okay, I think we're live. All right, all right, all right. Okay, welcome everyone to what the hell? What episode are we on? Episode 689 of the Black Brain Trust. Dude, I am like losing count every single damn episode. 689, the Black Brain Trust. This is the Sapio-Males Guide to the Galaxy Sunday edition. I just literally threw that in just now. Emotional intelligence. I'm gonna be joined by my co-host Rael here in just a few. Toya, I see you. Welcome, lady. Seeking my creator. Good evening, sir, or afternoon, wherever you are. Um, you know what? Um, yeah, we're gonna have a deep dive on emotional intelligence. Let me do this real quick because I just see Rael popped up. Um, yeah, here, let me bring him up. Yo, yo,
Peace, fam. Go ahead and rock out.
hold on one
I'm,
second.
I'm
So I'm doing a little sound check here. Give me just a second. I got to do this first of all. I'm being rude, dude. Welcome everyone. Right? We got to put that like that, and then do this here. Right? Then we got to do press. We're gonna do 7:30. 7:30. If the sound and music is okay. Boom. All right. For those listening, can you press 7:30 if everything sounds cool? I gotta, you know, bro. I'm not a streamer. I'm not a pro streamer, dog.
a pro streamer.
I'm not a pro
Hey, you need to use that, man.
pro streamer. All right, Toya just gave us a 7:30. All right, bet. Mm. All right. First of all, I want to apologize because Ryle and I game planned on this one like a few days ago. And we happen to be doing it on a Sunday afternoon. So that's cool, right? So my bad for having to reschedule because should be getting hectic sometimes. But we game plan on this one because this is something that really needs to be spoken to. We need to go a little more in depth on the significance of emotional intelligence because in our conversations, what we're finding here is that we're finding gross deficiencies on both sides in terms of our emotional intelligence quotient. There's so many things in our conversations that we're able to dissect and then find like these gaping holes and these gaps. And these gaping holes and gaps are actually um, parts of our psyche that are very much needed for our full holistic development. So, emotional intelligence became a topic that we said, all right, let's do it. So, what I'm going to do is I've got some emotional intelligence quotes, right? We're going to kind of do the quote thing. And then Ryle's got some passages from some books we're going to kind of crack into, and then we're going to just have a conversation about it. We'll open it up and all that. Ryle, was there anything you wanted to go ahead and sort of preface, dude, before we get started? How the hell are you, by the way, bro? If he's there, he may have stepped away, or he might be muted. Ryle, you there? Okay. I think he said just go ahead and rock out because he may have stepped away. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and rock out. Go ahead, and rock. I'm good. But go ahead.
Okay.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
No, I was gonna say, did you have anything that you wanted to preface before I get started on the quotes?
Oh no.
No. Okay.
Proceed.
All right. So let's do this here. I'm gonna pull up some quotes and we're gonna look at what people of notoriety have had to say about the topic of emotional intelligence. All right, let's see here. Emotional intelligence is your ability to recognize and understand emotions in yourself and others, and your ability to use this awareness to manage your behavior and relationships. That right there is a pretty good summation of it, because that's how I look at it, right? I look at it again, these are going to be like the crucial things. It's a little loud in my ear. Let me just turn that down just a bit. Um, you know, um, so the reason why that, like, let's just say like in 2019, 2020, there was this whole pushback, or 2021, fuck, the years are just kind of melded together. Um, where there's this whole pushback against the game shit, for example, right? Now, intelligent people understand that what's actually being referenced here is social skills. What undergirds social skills? Emotional intelligence, being able to adapt and adjust, from an emotional standpoint to your environment, understanding how to conduct yourself. Okay, calling it game cheapens things, right? But this quote I hear really kind of touches on the matter. Okay, I'll read it again. Emotional intelligence is your ability to recognize and understand emotions in yourself and others. Right? Don't game niggas talk about that? Right? How to read a chick and blah, 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 right? But in all reality, they're giving you a dumbed down version of the concept of emotional intelligence, which is a psychological term, and your ability to use this awareness to manage your behavior and relationships. Again, there's there's the lower level of wielding from a game standpoint, this emotional intelligence to do this, to manage your bullshit relationships, or you're going to do it to foster and manage quality productive relationships. Pick one. Empathy and social skills are social intelligence and interpersonal part of emotional intelligence. That's why they look alike. Empathy and social skills. What, didn't I literally just say social skills? That's literally what we're talking about here. Social skills, emotional intelligence. Leadership is about emotional intelligence. Management is taught while leadership is experienced. Rajiv Suri, okay, he's the one who said that. Rajiv Suri, I'm not sure who he is. Emotional intelligence begins to develop in the earliest years. All the small exchanges children have with their parents, teachers, and with others carry emotional messages. Okay, there was a few uh, individuals that were noted in that. The first one was parents. It develops in its earliest years. All the small exchanges children have with their parents, teachers, and others carry emotional messages. Parents and teachers, those are going to be the two most important influences with regards to the development of emotional intelligence in our children. So, if you ever want to know, and this is why, if we approach these things from an intelligent disposition, we can cut right through all the circular bullshit and the reset arguments and all this stupid shit, and we can understand that it starts with the parents and the teachers. Okay, that's where it starts. People who fail to use their emotional intelligence skills are more likely to turn to other, less effective means of managing their mood. They are twice as likely to experience anxiety, depression, substance abuse, and even thoughts of suicide. There's a lot of people that really do. I don't know about the suicide stuff, even though I did hear that there was some guy or somebody in social media or something who kind of offed himself and his lady in front of their kids. Or it's something crazy, man. But I would say what you typically see more expressed, generally speaking, on panels and stuff, are things like, well, I would say like more of a. I don't want to say like depression, but I had to address BGS on this type of shit because he tried to counter a point that I was making with a doomsday scenario, and I was just like, listen, man, I've got plenty of water and toilet paper and shit like that, but in all honesty, dude, I'm more focused on this fucking run of scooters I'm getting run made right now. I don't. I'm not thinking that I'm gonna somehow be transported back to some I don't know, prehistoric time or some shit. Anyway, yeah, use some emotional intelligence. Okay. Beauty is an asset, just like physical prowess, charisma, brains, or emotional intelligence. The key with any gift is in the way that you use it. It doesn't define you as a person. Rather, it's an asset to be used judiciously and with an understanding of how it is just a small part of who you are. This is the other reason why um, we like to do these sort of deep dives on this type of stuff, because we are more than just our salary and your physical composition, right? I.e., your height, weight, your skin color, your hair texture, your eye color, all that stupid shit. That's but a small part of the makeup of who the hell it is that you actually are as a holistic person, right? And a fair amount of emotional intelligence will bring us to these types of realizations, and as a result of that, we wouldn't be so prima facie and very low base in terms of how we look at other human beings. Some of the greatest moments in history were fueled by emotional intelligence. Adam Grant. It took me until my 40s to realize the 5 essential areas that are important to at least have a real dating chance. Obviously, beyond the physical compatibility, which is where we all start in junior high school, I think that intellectual compatibility and spiritual compatibility, emotional intelligence, and financial compatibility are important. That was Malik Yoba who said that. And I like the point where he said that, we start out in junior high school with the physical shit. We all start somewhere, right? But is it incumbent upon us in all aspects to grow? That would even mean in what it is that we seek and find attractive in others. Maybe, yes, when I was in junior high school, it was like the star quarterback or something, right? But then maybe later in life, it's somebody else. It's somebody who like invents things. I don't know. There's something about a person who can think about something and then manifest it in third dimensional reality. That's a draw. Who knows, right? But I think that that's all our journey. And I think that as our emotional intelligence quotient increases, what we seek in others, the value, the qualities, it increases. We want to seek and find finer as we become finer. Compatibility, basically. You need emotional intelligence to be happy to take risks, to be competitive, and to look forward and not backwards. Rilo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here listening to you rock. Go ahead, man.
No, I want you to just, because we talk about this a lot. So just on this quote, can you give me your feedback on this one?
Say that quote again.
I'll read it again. You need emotional intelligence to be happy to take risk,
GCSE.
to be
Yeah.
competitive,
Yeah.
and to
We don't
look
actually get
forward and
taught
not
about that.
backwards.
We don't actually get taught about how to communicate.
That's absolutely spot on.
They're not shutting them down.
Um, one of the biggest mistakes that people make out
Take it.
here
Yeah, take it down.
is the notion that you don't need, you know, s- you don't need someone to be successful. And what a lot of people don't realize is that we're not like animals who kind of or organisms that just have these instincts where they can just figure out things.
Hmm.
Just because they are who they are. Like for example, like I mean, a dog doesn't have to figure out it's hungry. Like a dog knows when it's hungry.
Right.
But we have to go through a whole trajectory in terms of evolution and lifespan development to actually be able to fully self-actualize our best selves. So the one of the best ways to do that is to learn how to do things properly from people who know how to do things properly.
Right.
So within that, there's no concept of not needing someone. Like that's completely the opposite of human um, development. Our actual life experience really truly is based on initiation. Now, you can be initiated properly into how to function as a human on this
Hmm.
level, but you can also be initiated in how to function improperly too, how to function improperly
Right.
too. And
Yeah, you
so,
could be initiated into two different modalities, so to speak, or
right,
multiple.
so
Let's just say, yeah.
multiple, yeah, multiple too. So, and obviously that first one is going to come through most of the time, excuse me, our parents. Um, is foundational. Um, you know, this is one of the reasons why I love the Joseph Campbell series. He talks about the mythology because you see, like in the Star Wars, where you have the conundrum, like you have Obi-Wan Kenobi as a teacher, and he tried to teach Anakin, but he was so filled with rage. Obviously, he got used by Palpatine. Um, and then you see what he did with teaching Luke. So
Right.
he had his father, and he had him. But Luke was faced with, well, who do I go with? Do I go with my father, or do I go with my
You go with
actual teacher? My
yeah,
actual teacher, you know,
right.
that's a real dilemma. Like you're faced with because that emotional stuff is going, especially from the ego perspective. Like when it's not properly integrated, your ego is going to tell you,
You're
"Nah,
gonna
man, you
your
need to listen
ego's
to your
gonna win
father."
over. It's gonna go with who well, right? Like if the egos that hasn't been fully if we have not you don't kill the ego, you integrate it.
Yeah, it's proper ego integration. That's all
Yeah,
it is.
integration. See, so you're ultimately what you're gonna do is you'll do the right thing knowing the ego's proclivities, right? You'll override it
Mhm.
knowing the proclivities of the ego versus where if you live within the ego, you're gonna make decisions based on that. It's gonna go against your better good.
Right, right, right.
Yeah.
And so that's a really that's an archetypal experience, because there's sometimes I think in the Bible it says this where it says that uh it's alluded to in there that God says that when you become so much about him that you might be forced to go against your parents because they're not on that frequency, they're not on that
Right.
higher level of consciousness.
Yeah.
And so but for a lot of children, obviously, even when they become adults, that's really the hardest one to really kind of break free from, because you know children tend to just love their parents unconditionally no matter what.
Right.
um, and so it can almost feel like a betrayal of your parents when you don't follow them, even when following them could really mess you up. So but it takes other people to help help constellate you and guide you so you can say, hey, wait a minute. I mean, yeah, I love mom and dad, but they wrong on this. I can't follow them on
Yeah, it's
this.
like, man, yo, that was wrong,
You
yo.
know what I'm saying? I can't, I remember, matter of fact, the first time when I realized that my father had took me as far as he could take me. I was in the 10th grade and we were having a conversation, and his approach to the conversation was just very irrational. Like, I mean, I knew he was wrong. I mean, it wasn't even a question. Like, I was just sitting there, just like, damn, this nigga don't know it. What the hell he talking about right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I was thinking.
Right.
Obviously, I was in his house, and out of respect for him, I didn't say it, but in my mind, I was like, you know what? From here on out, I'm just gonna take what he says with a grain of salt. And if it ain't flying right to me, it's gonna go in one ear and out the other. And that's
Yeah.
just what it's gonna be. Like, I mean, but I recognize that in the 10th grade. So I still had a couple more years to have to deal with him, in that.
But no, it's that recognition, dude, because it kind of hit me around maybe like around the same age, dude. Because I kind of had an idea of what I wanted to get out here and do, and um, my initial background, dude, is like music and hip hop and shit like
Mhm.
that, DJing and all that stuff. And that wasn't a part of what my family traditionally did, right? So I kind of
Mhm.
bucked. I bucked a lot of family trends,
Mhm.
and I continue to do it now. But hey, I'm gonna read these last four quotes, right?
Go ahead.
Do you have what do you have on deck, bro?
I'm rocking with you. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying like did you have were there some paragraphs you wanted to cover in some books or so
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna get into that. Yeah. Go ahead.
okay, so you don't okay, so here I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna read these last four, and then we'll kind of like close this part out, and then I'm gonna go grab my daughter something real quick. So just give me like 5 minutes. So just go ahead and like chop it up and all that. And then do you want to drop the link now or like in a few minutes or what? We cool or you want to?
No, you could drop it now if you want to.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna cover these last four, dude, and then we'll kind of sum it up. I'll drop the link. She's just like can you warm me up some Alfredo? So I'm gonna go handle that for her in a few minutes, and then yeah, we'll get into it. All right.
All
Okay.
right.
All right. So let's see here. I think the very idea of character, of developing not just grit, but empathy and curiosity, emotional intelligence, the things that I want my own daughters to develop, the idea that we're going to get there through rewards and punishment seems completely at odds with the idea of character itself. Mm. The dominant question for us with regards to literature has become, what does this have to do with me, with life as I know it? That's the question answered by all these books about how Proust was actually a neuroscientist or how Proust could teach you emotional intelligence. That's Botman. So that has to go to if you're familiar with Proust and Botman and all that stuff. Okay, so that may not be exactly completely relevant, but I saw Elif Botman and I wanted to read it. But okay. I experience psychic phenomena, so people think I must be crazy, but you have to be accessible and intelligent to be a good actor. I might not have gotten the best grades in school, but I have a very high level of emotional intelligence. You have to be open to receive. Hmm. My hope was that organizations would start including this range of skills in their training programs. In other words, offer an adult education in social and emotional intelligence. Ryle, soft skills?
All day
Yeah,
long.
yeah, yeah, yeah or nah? Yeah or nah? Soft skills, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what you were speaking to?
I talk about it all the time.
God, I love how this shit connects. Okay.
Hmm.
All right, dude. Look, here we're gonna do this. Give me a few minutes, bro. I'm gonna go fix my daughter a plate, heat that up. I'm gonna take about 5 minutes. I'm gonna drop the link. Ryo, if you want to go ahead and maybe transition into um kind of like the area of emotional intelligence, like as far as the discussion you want to take it.
Yeah, I'm actually about to read something to add on to
Okay.
what you were saying.
All right, cool, cool, cool. All right, I'll be right back, bro.
To add on to some of the things that Complex was talking about. Um, I'm going to read something in regards to emotional intelligence. This is talking about influencing a person's emotions. Um, it says that after you figure out how to read how someone's feeling, you're in a better position to influence the way he or she feels. You may want to influence someone's emotions to convince him or her about the virtue of an idea, concept, plan, or product. Sometimes, of course, you may convince someone for his or her own good. You may want to change the behavior of someone you love for their benefit. At other times, you might want to put a depressed or angry person in a better frame of mind so that you can deal with him or her more effectively. Or you may want to engage in some cooperative activity with that person. You may also want to figure out how to read other people's feelings so that you can understand the other person. Being able to understand others comes with personal benefits. Think of it as a form of giving. For example, just by understanding the type of bad mood I'm in is enough for you to empathize with me and know I prefer to be left alone, that I don't appreciate being questioned, that I might enjoy a cup of hot tea, and so on. You may be helping someone simply by understanding him or her. You need to be allied with someone you're trying to influence. If you both have the same goal, you can more easily work together to reach that goal. So, if you do anything to antagonize or aggravate someone, she or he becomes less likely to listen to you. If, on the other hand, you can show that you both have the same goal or end game in mind, then she or he has at least one reason to go along with you. After all, you both have the same interests at heart. Now, I think this is a really interesting um, section because um, one of the biggest mistakes that people make out here is the assumption that we all want the same thing. I have a saying that I say all the time, when we're talking about these issues about, black people coming together and moving forward, because, a lot of people like to get on that horse about, yeah, we need to come together as people move forward. But I always say that at first, in order for you to be able to move forward, you first have to realize who you can't move forward with. You have to know who you're actually dealing with, you know, because not everybody shares your same wants and needs. So that's where vibration comes in, where the frequency that you're on comes in. And so a lot of times people don't have the strength really to accept that sometimes a person who looks like you might not want what you want. And now you're talking about when you're trying to force the issue. Now you're talking about ego because when you start putting things together like cognitive dissonance and things like narcissism, that's a very powerful combination in terms of that person being unable to receive the information that you have. That can transform their lives, but if they're not really willing to hear something that is diametrically opposed to something they believe in, it can be the most helpful thing it can be. But if they are not prepared to listen, then that information really doesn't help them. And so first you have to really, when it comes to communication, you always have to know what's your audience. Who are you actually talking to? What's the demographic you're speaking to? Because if you're speaking to a demographic that is not about evolution and evolving and adapting, then much of what you say is pretty much going to go in one ear and out the other. And I was talking about that as it related to my own father in high school when I was thinking evolution and he was speaking to me from an irrational standpoint on a particular topic. And I was not going to listen to him, you know, on that particular level as it related to decisions that I needed to make for myself as a man. If I was going to lose, I was going to lose doing what I felt was in my best interest, not based off of some irrational emotions he was feeling at the particular time. And so, you really have to really understand, your audience, who you're speaking to. If you're having frustrations in your life, let's say you're a woman and you have frustrations in your life, and you normally are probably going to go talk to your friends about it. It's fine to have friends that you want to talk to, but the question is, can that particular friend offer you some information that can potentially guide you to a better decision, which can get you a better outcome? Or are they just going to give you some information that's just going to reinforce what you want to feel, which is usually going to be based on your ego not being properly integrated, thus keeping you in the same position that you're in, because probably that female friend, quote unquote, is in the same position that you're in, and she might not even want you to change your circumstances because she wants you to be where she is, because she's comfortable where she is as well. And seeing you change and be in a better position will put a spotlight on her to force her to have to change who she is as well, which ultimately is evolve, evolution. So these are just some of the things that, when it comes to emotional intelligence, like, people have to keep in mind, this notion that things that we used to hear when we were younger, like, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. This is so untrue. Um, Words can they have a they have power to them, and they definitely have power to them, and power dynamics as well. When somebody of power, or somebody that somebody views as powerful, or more powerful than them, speaks words to them, that lessens them as a person, and ultimately that person subscribes to that way of thinking, and ultimately that person's voice, that person with that power to define, becomes your own internal voice and your own internal critic about yourself, about who you are as a person, even though that's not you as a person, but it's what you believe yourself to be as a person. And so as long as you put, if you give those words power by saying that person is above you, then ultimately that's what you're going to believe about yourself, and that's what it all comes down to. What do you believe about yourself? It doesn't matter what's true; it's about what you believe and what you perceive about yourself. So, um, emotions are, they're not anything to joke around with. People love to talk about, people feeling emotions, and it's weak and stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of stuff in the psychological lexicon out here that talks about, these things, where people viewing people who are human and say they need something or need someone, saying that they're weak, but that's not actually weak. That just actually makes you actually a human, because that's a normal function of being a human, in terms of needing someone, you know. So it's just very interesting how these things play, because many times people are trying to push themselves as so strong by being uncaring and unfeeling people. But even in the psychological world, they show that those types of people are not really that way. Once they have done certain things to distract these people, they can easily show that the very neediness or needing someone that they try to put forth as being as an example of weakness, they end up showing that they too need others as well. Uh, but they just have a defense mechanism that they have shrouded that need. So you can't you will view them as being a strong person, but actually, they're just as weak. They're weaker than the people that actually who are honest enough to say they actually need, because they're trying to hide a normal human reality, for all of us. People who want to come up to, feel free to come up. Complex, he will be back shortly. Um, but if you want to come up and chop it up on this particular subject, feel free to come up
Yo,
to
I'm
the
back, dude.
stream.
I'm back.
Okay.
What did you cover, bro?
I just basically read something dealing with emotional intelligence, dealing with in managing other people's emotions, and um, or influencing a person's emotion, and how I mean it's something that's pretty much surrounded. We're surrounded by this. We see this in business. You know, marketing is all about trying to influence people's emotions.
Right.
You know, to get them to create a feeling in them about a product that they want them to buy.
Yeah,
So
because you need it's a there's a deficiency in your life, dude. There's a need, and this will fulfill it.
right, exactly,
This
exactly,
product is going to make your life better, right?
right, right. And so, but this can play out in all types of scenarios. You know, I mean, we've seen this in society where women, for example, have been convinced that emotionally they don't need a man. So, but the ramifications in their personal life doesn't show that. You know, it's the complete opposite. But it's still, and it was women who were put at the forefront of convincing women. So women just there's something about women that in this day and age that thinks that there's nothing a woman out here that would do to try to harm me on purpose, and a very that's too much credit that women are giving women in general, because it has nothing to do with women in general. It has to do with the archetype of a woman, and there
Right.
are archetypes of women that will harm other women, I mean, on purpose. Like, I mean, you have different types of out here. So
Well,
but if you believe that, then you disarmed yourself, in terms of a certain level of emotional intelligence, because you have taken off something that really kind of plays into your normal instincts, like, because your normal instincts based on what you're supposed to be as a woman, based on being a feminine woman, for example, would never really is not supposed to let you believe women no matter what. Like, there should be a part of you that is instinctual, that woman, what women like to say, that woman's intuition, that's
what
supposed to be a part of you, so you can actually kind of defend yourself against a woman who is coming
it
like that.
isn't that called discernment?
Yes, exactly.
Well, so let's speak to discernment. What is that? What is
um
discernment? What is discernment?
um Discernment is really the ability to see something that's there that's not really apparent. So it's like you got to be able to almost like see without seeing, because it's not
The
really
the
it's not based on like physical sight. It's based on your mind, really. It's
the
based on that third eye.
the ability to judge well.
Yep.
That's the definition. I just looked it up. Right? The ability to judge well. That's very simple, actually.
Mm-hmm.
The ability to judge well. 5 words. It's 5 words, right? The whole definition, basically, to wrap it all up, is 5 words. The ability to judge well. I mean, this is why we do these live streams, right? Like when we start literally looking into what are the psychological components that make up things like emotional intelligence, right? Discernments would be one of those tools that you would use. Do you agree or disagree, Ryle?
I totally agree. Totally agree.
Yeah, discernment, right? I never hear that term come up, right? In a lot of conversations, I never hear that term come up. I never hear about the practice of discernment, right? or the use of it, right, to reduce potential negative outcomes. Per the definition, discernment is the ability to judge well. Well, if you judge well, I guess you wouldn't be having the type of outcomes you would be having now, would you?
Right.
Hmm. And I think a heavy dose or a heavy layer of emotional intelligence would take you a long way in practicing discernment.
Hmm.
So these terms are relatory, right? They're relative to each other. Um, that's why a lot of these things are far more nuanced and not as simple as people typically think. Right. So now we're starting to break down emotional intelligence. Now there's tools like, like this, like discernment, for example. Um, I think another one we could throw in there is taste, right? Because taste is related to discernment, right? Taste
Hmm.
would also be a form of preference, right? And if we want to even throw another synonym there, standards,
Hmm.
right? All predicated upon what? Emotional intelligence, right? You say, well, listen, look, I'm of a emotional disposition where, these are the things that I choose to engage in life, right? To minimize the possibility of my chill being disturbed
Right.
versus the chaotic disposition, right? Who utilizes no emotional intelligence, no discernment, no standards, no judgment, no anything, just whatever the fuck the wind blows when my emotions say, hey, I want this.
Right. This actually plays out uh obviously in relationships
Mm-hmm.
um in a dynamic way, because when you're an emotionally intelligent person, like I said this a long time ago, logic and reason to a person that's acting emotionally
Erratic. Mm-hmm.
irrational and erratic, is received as a personal attack. Like your emotional intelligence to a person who is not ready to hear that level of intelligence on an emotional level will and many times can perceive what you're saying to them as a personal attack.
Yeah.
So my grandmother, my dad's mom, she said something that, this was years ago, and she says whenever somebody comes to talk to her and ask her questions, she always prefaces it by saying, "Do you want me to tell you what you want to hear, or do you want me to tell you the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Because I can do both, but you just let me know which one you're ready for. Because if you're not ready to hear the truth, don't
I'll tell
ask
you
me to
what you
tell
want
you
to
the truth.
hear.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll tell you what
don't
you
ask
want to
me to tell
hear.
you the truth." And it's something that I had, to learn. I mean, obviously some years ago, something that I had to learn, because truth is it's a very tricky thing, because truth is a catalyst for change.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you hear truth that is something that completely refutes something you believe in, you are supposed to change. You're supposed to evolve. Like that's just what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to say, "Well, I don't care if that's true or not. I don't believe it, and I'm not going to do it." Because then now you're that's infantile. But there are many people who do react like that too. So you have to be, a person who is emotionally intelligent. They have to understand the type of people that they're around, the audience. That's why I said earlier when you were gone, like in communication. This is what I learned. I mean, in undergrad, in communication, you always have to know the audience you're speaking to. You have to know that in order to say certain things, because in certain spaces, it's a reason why people say like, okay, when you're in polite company, two things that you don't discuss is religion and politics. Why? Because they
Yep.
tend to make conversations very explosive.
Very, yeah, very awkward, very exclusive, very,
Yeah,
very divisive.
divisive. Yeah, so but you do. That's why knowing your audience is really important. Like certain conversations that you and I had, like we could chop it up and we could talk about it. But even in certain spaces, like in these spaces, we can't go to certain channels and have these conversations because it's not going to be received well because the emotional intelligence is not there to
Well,
receive it.
look, dude. Like, as I'm queuing up the next Alpha Mist album. For those of you guys who are wondering, by the way, what's playing in the background, this is Alpha Mist. Um, I noticed that we only have but like a few people listening, and it's because Edward Anderson has like 193 listeners. Right? I'm not trying to take shots, but it's literally speaking to what you're talking about, right?
Right.
Like people are going to gravitate toward where the emotional intelligence level is apropos and aggregate to where they resonate,
Right.
right? You see,
Hmm.
so this is sort of like, I guess, like a, I mean, the only thing we can do, right, is put these types of conversations and these types of deep dives on the record for posterity, right? Because the playback's always available, right?
Hmm.
So it's like what we can't do ultimately is try to like jump on the other panels and argue points for the most part.
Yeah.
There's
Right.
sometimes
Yeah.
where it's necessary, and we do, and you already know, you and I both, RIP and Tomb, what? Toya, what are you talking about?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Um, that's that. Damn, that threw me off, dude. Okay. But no, it's the reason why you can't jump on panels and then have these type of points, because see, thing about it is that the majority of the people that are there, they're there to hear that. So if you come with counterpoints, dude, with the law of averages, you may reach 5%. Right? There may be 5% of that audience that goes, wait a minute, you know what? He's actually got a point there, right? Whereas the majority, it's this is more of a coalescing of like-minded energies and compatible mindsets, right?
Hmm.
So this is kind of where we're sort of entering into this, and I think I even said this on Toya's live stream. This whole fourth industrial swing has kind of catapulted us into a new environment where people largely, and you and I have talked about this, but from a 30,000 foot view, you know, um, that whole gender war thing with people on panels bickering and arguing back and forth and saying the most outlandish and absurd things and all that, that was literally confusion talking, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was literally confusion talking. We did a live stream called Confusion just last week,
Right.
covering, kind of talking up to the psychological state of this, right?
Right.
Now we see literally in the first year there's a shift to like, okay, we need to have these dialogues, and okay, and that's not a bad thing. It's not,
Sure.
right? However, what it indicates, or what it shows here, is that people are looking to increase their emotional intelligence, right? They
Mhm.
understand that bickering and arguing and being staunch on a position that does not allow for any sort of nuance or anything isn't getting them any fucking where.
Mhm.
They're gonna have to start to get smarter in terms of how they process their emotions. Stop processing your intellect through your emotions. Process your emotions through your intellect.
Right.
This is now the conversation. This is what it has to be. If you want evolution of the mind, body, and soul, it starts in the mind, right? Notice I said mind first, then body, soul. So we got to deal with the mind. We do have to deal with the mind. I mean, that there's just no other way around that shit. Okay.
Um,
James, wait, James.
I don't know who that is. James Turner.
Okay,
I don't know who that is.
I will look into who that is, but given that the anniversary of my wife's passing was just 3 days ago, um, my condolences and rest in peace to that brother.
Rest in peace.
Right?
Whoever it is.
Yeah, with my wife's passing, that was January 6th, 2015. So 3 days ago, we marked 7 years. Right? So, um, not to dismiss a life, being lifted from this plane, but I didn't know who that was, but I'll look into who that is. But rest in peace and condolences to his family.
Um, I wanted to read something. Um,
Got it, bro. Go ahead.
this is called thinking like an emotionally intelligent person.
Hmm.
In social situations, an emotionally intelligent person's thoughts are centered and focused on the other person. When an emotionally intelligent person talks to a friend about their friend's sick mother, he's thinking about his friend, what she's saying, how she feels about it, and how that might impact her life. An emotionally intelligent person doesn't think about how he would feel under the circumstances. He considers what he can do to help. An emotionally intelligent person thinks about what he might say to his friend to let her know that he understands and will support her in this time of difficulty. Emotionally intelligent people look after themselves, but they're often thinking of the needs of others. They're very aware of their environment and the people around them. They're good at realistically looking at the big picture, picking out what's important, and responding appropriately. In the preceding example, you might easily get caught up in the details about your friend's mother, the hospital, her treatment, your own feelings about hospitals and disease, and so on. However, by quickly evaluating the whole situation and identifying what's important here and now, you can see that focusing on and caring about your friend's current situation is the right choice. An emotionally intelligent person generally approaches people with a Wi-Fi mentality. What's in it
Hmm.
for you? Basically, what's in it for you? Attitude rather than a W double IFM. What's in it for me? Perspective. When you think of others, you stay balanced and avoid becoming self-centered. Emotionally intelligent people often ask questions such as, "How can I make this a better workplace, community, family, situation, world, country?" Emotionally intelligent people are able to think logically about emotion. I'm going to say that one more time.
Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh.
Emotionally intelligent people are able to think logically about emotion.
So they don't
When they
think emotionally about logic.
when they experience an unpleasant emotion after an event, they can ask productive questions about what caused the emotion.
Mm.
Um, I mean, clearly we see how much that is lacking. um, you know, um, you have people out here who want us to feel as if the sky is about to fall every day,
Yeah.
to the point that you can't see all the positive things that take place out here.
Yeah.
Doomsday people are always thinking the worst, the worst, the worst, the worst,
Where are you
and
gonna
that's
find
cool.
water? Where are you gonna get water? When
Right, yeah, and so um and but the funny thing about it is many of these people who are always thinking about outside of the doomsday prepper, because those people they actually be on point because they be stocking up some stuff.
yeah, no, for
But
real.
yeah, but outside of those types of people, the people who walk around looking for an ambulance to chase, when you look at their lives are never prepared for the emergency they're always talking about. It's never prepared like that. It's and many of these people just represent the type of people who are trying to get people with sense to keep them distracted and unfocused on their purpose. And you have to be, in tune with who you are. That's why I was talking about, like, emotionally intelligent people, they know who they are,
Yep.
and that's unsettling for people who are so unsure of themselves. I saw this when my dad's girlfriend, when I was about 13, when she said to me, she was like, at the time she was probably, I don't know, about 34, 35.
Hmm.
And she was like, she was like, you walk around like, you just own the world, because, me and my dad, we had a similar walk, and I wasn't even aware of it. That's just the way I walk,
Yeah.
But it was, head held high, not sulking and thinking low of myself. So
Yeah. No
she
slump
was like,
shoulders and shit.
no slump shoulders, yeah, none of that type of stuff, because body language actually communicates more than actual verbal communication. A lot of people don't realize that. So,
Right.
um, and so she picked up on it. She was like, you just walk around like you just own the world. Because she was like, you just know you the shit, don't you? You just know you the shit. And I was like, what are you talking about?
Yep.
And she was like, you just walk around like you own the world. And I looked back at it and I was like, because I do.
Sure do.
And she just started laughing, and you know, but at her age and at the age I was, she picked up on that self-esteem and she picked up on that confidence and that emotional intelligence.
Right.
And so it was unsettling for somebody like her because she didn't have that about herself. So people are very aware when you have supreme self-esteem in yourself, because self-esteem is nothing but you having a high regard for yourself.
Yeah.
So they're very aware of it. And this is why you will see a lot of times in Black America, like when a person comes with that emotional intelligence and that esteem and that confidence, one of the things that they love to say, especially when you see females relating to men, who do you think you are? Like that's like, you know, when they say like, oh, you think you're better than me, what they're really doing is projecting that they know you're better than them. Because you, like, it's not like, people just walk around and just say like, oh, I'm better
I
than
don't.
you.
I
Like
don't.
people,
Yeah. I was gonna say no.
like
I'm
people don't
not
do that.
intrinsically walking around as if I like. Yes, I'm better than you. No.
Right. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times what happened in Black America, you're taught to shrink so other people can feel tall. And so they want you to do that. They want you to make an excuse or try to explain your excellence when you don't have to. Um,
Dimming your light, as they say. Right.
right, dimming your light. So this is a very subtle tactic. It's not by accident when people do this. This is very purposefully done, even if it's done unconsciously. It's to get you to lower your standard. Because if
Yeah.
you lower your standard, that person who you should never give a chance will have a possible chance to get with you when they really don't deserve you. So you have to be very cautious in allowing people to make you feel guilty about being excellent, because that's what I'm seeing, and I never thought that I would see men actually come in these spaces trying to push that narrative towards other men under the guise of, I'm trying to help Black men.
Dude, that's like the weirdest shit. And this is the reason why. Like, I'll well, not too much nowadays, but like I said, I went on arts panel and I was just like, okay, no, I'm gonna have a very stern, stoic conversation where what I'm not gonna do is capitulate to things or positions that I know to be lesser, right? And this has these type of virtues have to be extolled,
Right.
for the very reason that you just mentioned here. Because see, what happens here is that you're kind of cutting your own legs off here. Okay, you're handicapping yourself, right, by saying, okay, well, no, I'm not going to do what I know it is that I could do, right, because it'll make them feel better. Fuck that.
Yeah.
I did drop the link. This is kind of like we opened it up. We kind of prefaced all of this, so people, Asada, Toya, Shango, anybody that's listening, you always want to join. Like I said, I know Eduardo's stream is popping right now. It's like 200 plus. So yeah, we're talking this, this Sapio shit. So no one cares. I'm so big. Dude, I'm so fucking joking, bro.
I know, bro.
Yeah, you know how this shit goes, man. But no, this is so not like a quote unquote like male only space. It's not necessarily that, right? Um, it's brothers who run it, right? But at the end of the day, intelligent dialogue is the order of the day, right? So anybody
Hmm.
can provide that, man or woman,
Right.
right? See, so in
Yeah.
that regard, it's totally open. Oh, Shango, he said he's work. Okay, that's what's up, bro. Get it in, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, get it in.
Yeah. There was a I like to refer to this because this was this was a show that gave this. It was a beautiful example of what I was just saying. Netflix, the Punisher show. I think it was the first season. Yeah, it was the first season. I hate that they ended that show.
Mm,
Um, they had a group of military veterans. With me, it was a men's group, but I think it could have been open to women, but it was just men in this particular group. And there was an older dude that he was in the military during the Vietnam era, but he never served any. He never was on the battlefield like that. But people assumed the way that he was talking that he had seen action and had seen all types of men get killed, but he had never seen any combat whatsoever.
right.
And so then there was a younger dude who had served time, not served time, but had did tours during the Iraq War. Um, and so he had a lot of psychological issues he was trying to work through. So he was constantly feeding his beast, that he had. He was constantly feeding it. The dude that had never seen any combat, but he was feeding the younger dude's beast that actually had saw combat and was dealing with actual trauma. So then he basically hyped him up to go do some protesting on the courthouse steps in the local city. And so they went. And what ended up happening was the police came over to the younger dude and was like, look, y'all gonna have to leave the property or I'm gonna, arrest you. He was like, no, we have a constitutional right, we could go out here and we could protest, blah, 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 blah.
Uh,
And so the older dude was behind him, but he didn't realize that the older dude recognized that the police, the policeman was serious, like he wasn't playing.
yeah.
So he started easing back and then turned around and left him. So he was there by himself. He didn't even realize that he was there by himself. Well, he was on his high horse, like, yeah, 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 yeah. And he was like, sir, like, this is government property. I'm gonna tell you one more time. And he just kept going in and he just caught him, locked him up. You know what I'm saying? And come to find out that the dude had never even he had never seen any military combat. He was like, he was fronting like, oh yeah, in the Vietnam era, they was doing us dirty, man. They treated us bad, but he had never even seen, any combat. He was faking like he had went through all this hard stuff, but he didn't even see any combat. And so,
Mm.
but he had fed that younger dude's beast and had him out there about to get himself messed up because he was feeding his beast. And
Man, we've
so
seen this
you,
shit
yeah,
so
yeah,
much. Oh
yeah,
my god.
yeah, man,
Wow.
yeah, yeah, bro,
Oh wow, dude.
man, it was so powerful, man. I really love seeing that particular scene because it just shows you like that's why you can't just give older people credit just because they're older
Yeah,
than
that's what I
you.
mean, dude. We've seen this like
You
where
can't do that. You
it's
can't. You
like,
can't do
dude,
that.
you're saying a bunch of shit to this dude that you literally didn't do.
Yep.
And then and what that's gonna do is inspire this guy to go do some shit. based on you telling him about some shit that you actually did. Dude, that's dangerous.
He was using that man's trauma to get attention for himself. That's what he was doing. That's what
Like
he
I
was
said,
doing.
we see a lot of that. We see a lot of that,
Yes,
dude.
yes, and that's why when I've seen this in this space, man, I'll be all over it because I know what it is. I know how it looks. I know what is certain words, and when people say certain things, I know what they're saying.
You know what they're saying. Yeah.
You know, they're not going to come out here and say, you know, man, I'm jealous of y'all because y'all got opportunities that we didn't have. They're not gonna say it like that. They're gonna count it in some other flowery rhetoric, like, the system is corrupt and blah 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 blah. This and that and the
Yeah. And
fourth.
this is why, and this is why, and yeah, you're the exception, but
But what about
right?
everybody else?
But what about everybody else? That bullshit. And then I
Yeah,
go, well, okay, everybody else actually is like me in the sense that they actually have the opportunity to pursue something, right? And then from there, that's when the doors open and the crescendo effect and the butterfly effect and all that other bullshit starts to happen. But until you do that,
right,
right? What we're doing is we're talking we're basically talking people into submission with regards to not doing something,
right,
submitting to the idea of stopping before you start. Why? Because the world's against you.
right.
Everybody's against you, right?
Yep, yep. They'll
Isn't
they'll,
that
they'll
what we
tell you
always hear?
they'll go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, they'll tell you, like, if you start talking about black businesses, for example, even though, you know, the pro-black Farrakhan, when they had the anniversary of the Million Man March, that's what they were talking about. Hey, we need to have more black businesses. Yeah, it
Hmm.
sounded great. Um, and you don't see any response from that emotional moment. You know, yeah, brothers and sisters came together. All right,
Hmm.
with the business, and so they'll tell you, they'll hit you with the emotion stuff like that, but when you talk about actually doing and showing that you own some successful business type stuff, then they'll hit you with the, well, back in 19 such and such in Tulsa, and
Oh
they
my
burned everything. And
gosh.
so then you're like, okay, since that time, there have
Oh
been
my god.
thousands, hundreds of thousands of businesses that black people have put together. And it's not been burned down. So what are you talking about?
Oh my
And then
god.
they're not telling you, like, in the context, we know how racist those times were back then. Like, we know what it was like back then.
I mean,
It's a different environment now. So,
that's why
like,
it's so fucking disingenuous to hear this type of shit.
right.
I swear to God, it's like it's like, so I'm supposed to accept these notions, given that at my 44-year-old age, meaning that I had a 20s and a whole fucking 30s where I've lived some life, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in that, I've done some stuff and did some businesses and made some mistakes and learned some things and made some money and lost some money and all that life shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But somehow through all of that, I'm supposed to feign ignorance to
Right.
this, these mystical. Dude, if you've actually have gone out here and tried to do something with your life, and you really tried to go out here and try to fulfill your purpose, let me tell you something. All those boogeymen, you faced them already.
Right. Yep.
There are no more boogeymen. There are no more uh, enemies that are trying to keep you from doing things. You faced them all.
Yep.
This is what
Yep.
emotional intelligence affords you. Why? Because experience is what? The best teacher.
Experience and mentorship. proper
Or learning
mentorship.
for those, learning from those who have already got the experience, right? Just download
Yep.
from them so you don't have to go through the bullshit yourself. Hey, what a
Yep.
thought, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. That's all it is.
You know.
Yep. You got many people who are basically emotional martyrs. They have a martyr complex, but it's done instead of going out there going down in a hell of bullets. They go through life almost as a ghost of themselves, and they just haunt others around them who have opportunities, and basically they try to scare them into not taking advantage of their opportunities.
And you see it on the flip side with women telling younger women what the fuck it is that men will ultimately will do to them to do what? Scare them out.
Scare them out. Yep, on both sides.
It's both sides, bro. This is this.
Both.
Fuck.
Yep. I mean, trying to make it seem like it's only coming from a woman's perspective
This is
is completely
it's
completely
bullshit, dude.
disingenuous. No,
It's fucking
no,
bullshit.
no, not even close. No.
You and I both understand this is a psychological issue, and like at the end of the day, both male and female have what brains in their heads that
Right.
has a fucking software that runs it. Your brain's a computer, right? And you know, it's like you take one virus and infect the two different types of computer systems, right? And you get different effects. But it's the same fucking virus.
Right. Actually, when I was in college, I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, and these
Yeah.
people had PhDs, they had masters and PhDs, they had the cultural aesthetic look with the locks and the twist and
Oh,
the
everything, right?
Sankofa bird tattoos and the unks around their neck. They had it all, And but at the end of the day, when you lifted the veil, they were a bunch of old niggas. Be honest, they were. And I'm gonna tell you something, man, that really shocked me, man, because I blew up on these people. Like I went in hard. I mean hard, boy. And it was amazing to me to see how people who were 10, 15, 20 years, some even 30 years, close to 40 years older than me, could not understand why I did what I did. And I was just like,
Isn't that amazing? Like, dude, don't
I
tell
was
me I
like,
have more
what?
wisdom than you. Come on, dude. Really?
I was like, I mean, it was like, we had black professors, male and female, but specifically, I had called out this female professor who were actually sleeping with students, and so I
Okay,
called
dude.
it out.
Wait. You almost made me choke on my beer. Holy fuck. All right, hold
Yes,
on.
and I was
All
like,
right, go ahead.
yo, black people ain't sending their kids, man, to college, man,
Oh
to get
man.
sexed out, man, by their professors. Like that's
Oh
not
my
what they're
god,
doing.
dude. Oh no. No.
But and the sad thing about it was the women really didn't give me any pushback. It was the men who gave me the most pushback. It wasn't the
Oh,
women. The women were scared. They were like, "Damn, this nigga went in."
like yo,
Like,
this is
like damn, like I can't say nothing to this dude because
like
many of
yo.
them
I
might have
better
participated in some of the
mind my
stuff.
p's and fucking q's around this
Yeah,
dude.
he coming through with the scepter. Like, nah, I can't say nothing to him. And so, but it was the dudes who was shook. Like, man, why you say this stuff, man? Like, man, did she have kids?
Hey
I
brother,
was like, well, if
don't be talking to the Queen Mother Goddess Earth like that.
yeah, I was
Hey
like,
brother.
I had told one dude, I said, look, dude, this is what they're gonna try to do. They're gonna try to talk to you. They're gonna try to get you to flip and be on her side and have sympathy for her. And they're gonna try to use the fact that she has kids, to try to get you to switch. I said you can't fall for that. I'm like, because if that's what it's about, then she shouldn't be carrying herself like some damn slut out here with developing a reputation out here like that if it's about her children.
Right.
If she really cared about her children.
Yeah.
Man, it was like an hour and a half later, man, this dude called me back like, man, how could you say that, man? She got kids. I said, dude, I told you what they were gonna do. I told you they were gonna try to use it against you.
They'll use it, bro. Like, god
And he
damn.
still fell for it, bro. He still
That's
fell.
what I'm like.
I
Like,
said,
dude, you didn't get the bait and switch. You didn't get the catch 22.
dude, I told
the,
he didn't have to fall for the bait and switch. I had told him what the bait and switch was, and they
you
used
fell
it.
for it anyway.
And he still fell for it. I said, God, hey,
Like,
bro,
goddamn, dude. Like, come on.
I dropped that, man, dude. Let me tell you something. I dropped that pro black shit like immediately. I said, oh no,
man, listen, dude.
I said no, ain't no way. I said, no,
man,
thank
listen, dude. Like, I looked at, because I am black, right? You know, whatever people think that term means, or for whatever reason, we understand the general association that we're giving it here, right? So not to split hairs or nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, just because I am that, I never felt or believed that what I then have to do is associate with the general definition of what that is from a cultural standpoint, right? In my head, I was always like, well, why can't black be this like ultra intelligent, ultra superior type of person, right?
Mm-hmm.
In my head, or maybe I'm fucking crazy, bro. Like, you tell me.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, that's one of the main arguments that I have out here is that when you tell what the black narrative is, why are you always starting at the most dysfunctional, broken down types of people out here? Why can't you start at excellence? Because we do have that here. Why can't we start at that conversation? And to be honest with you, I'm sick and tired of it, because this is the reason why we can't get scholarships in the hands of black boys and girls who do take education seriously, who decide to even be in environments, because we have black children who are coming up in some of the worst environments out here. They make straight A's, they go to school every day, and if they miraculously dodge the bullets that's around them, they want to go to college and become doctors and lawyers. But we spend so much time trying to save the nigger all the time that we don't focus on those black boys and girls who need scholarships. So instead of them having to work and slave while they're in school to survive school, which is one of the main reasons why a lot of black students, especially like me, drop out of school because of money. Instead, we can have $3,000 or $5,000 scholarships that they can use and say, okay, instead of me having to work a job, maybe I might go study abroad for a year. And you never know what kind of connections you can make off something like that.
Right.
And just give them a different perspective. Like, we can't get to them because we sit around so much trying to explain the nigger all the time. And it's like, nah, man, they getting too much airspace out here. We got to get to the ones,
man. They're getting too much goddamn resources, man.
Right. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not doing it. Like, we talk about the business stuff. Like, I'm about all of that. Like, setting up our own schools in terms of universities, creating scholarship programs for specifically these types of students, because they're getting lost in the mix. And they need our help, man. They looking for us to help. And I, salute to that brother who started the app. He got found on Shark Tank. He started Scholly, which is a scholarship app that you can go in there and look for scholarships, because he saw his life experience. Like, when he was trying to apply for college, he kept having to pay all these admission fees, like application fees. And so he wanted to kind of create an app to where students like could look up scholarships and see what the school, see what kind of scholarship schools had, And it was a, it was a phenomenon. I think Damon John had took him up under his wing and decided to mentor him. And
Right.
really, because I remember being young, parents not being there, like, trying to figure it out, trying to figure out school and paying for it and things like that. And so we are in a position that where we have an easier time to create Black wealth, and then we can use that wealth to create scholarships and programs to address the actual needs, and not just be having people on a soapbox with a megaphone like Al Sharpton always talking about problem,
Just,
problem, problem, problem
keep
instead
hope
of no
alive and
solution.
all this problem, problem,
Yeah,
problem, and keep the hope alive. And we're, yeah, yeah, yeah.
right. They're taking up too much airspace. And I think that, we've been talking about this, behind the scenes where, spaces like this, like, you're starting to attract a certain type of demographic. There are certain channels that are much more serious, they're much more focused, they have much more intelligent dialogue instead of the hooping and hollering that you see in a lot of these other spaces that, quite frankly, when you really see, like, they ain't really got anything accomplished like that. So, you have much more intelligent dialogue in spaces like this where you can see, things happen. Like, we were just on Toya's channel today.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to her.
Shout out to
And,
Toya.
we I think I know that conversation was made possible by her being able to nest in Roger's space, which is why I like the space, because you can have at least some intelligent dialogues over there, as long as you don't have the nigga shit and the riffraff. And so I know that particular type of conversation was developed. The impetus for that conversation was developed because she was in a space like that where she could talk about her life experience and feel comfortable and not be judged, and all these other type of things. And from what I've
Yeah, and
seen
shout out
even
and shout out
today,
to Roger and shout out to Roger too. Shout
yeah,
out to
shout out to
Roger.
Roger,
Yeah.
Roger Report on that. I think it's the Roger Report 4 now, if
Hmm.
anybody that's interested.
Yeah.
Um, Mondays and Fridays, I think 9 o'clock. He starts at 9 o'clock, and
Yeah, usually it's
so
like 9 o'clock. 'Cause it's like 6 o'clock my time typically where I'm at.
okay,
That's when he
so
always goes live. Yeah.
yeah, so um, but that was a pretty damn decent dialogue. I mean, just to have her have a conversation with a mom, being connected to this space, like, I mean, that was a phenomenal thing to be able to see. And it wasn't like, it was like dudes up there, like, like, yeah, it's y'all. It's like it was a adult conversation
Yeah,
that we were
I had
able
to
to have.
literally shout her out, dude. Like, yo, this is dope. I've never seen this
Right,
type of shit go down, right?
right.
But it
But
was
that,
so fucking mature. And that's really where it kind of bolstered this whole sort of emotional intelligence conversation, right? Because, dude, like, we got time, we got transported via time capsule, right?
right.
Where we saw like her and her mom like years ago. And it's sort of like, dude, the themes and memes literally are the same as they are today, right?
Hmm.
The difference is that we have a mom and daughter observing all of it and
Hmm.
sussing it and parting it all out and really trying to analyze and make sense of all this shit, right? Because, dude, why the fuck were we on Rolanda Watts in the late 90s, and then we fast forward here to 2022 where we find ourselves now, and why is literally the same fucking thing happening? Something is up.
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
our collective emotional intelligence literally needs to be under examination at this point. Agree or disagree?
Totally agree. Totally
Hence
agree.
this live stream.
Yep. Yep.
You know, dude,
Yep.
wait, hold up. These fucking bots, bro. Like, what the
I don't,
hell?
man. I'm telling you, bro.
It's madness, dude. Like, I don't know if YouTube is under some sort of attack or something, bro. But I don't want to. I don't want to.
I think it's. I think it's. I think it's. I think certain conversations are eliciting that automatically.
I think it's some algorithm shit. I don't know if it's
Yeah, it is.
you know it's weird though. I have been on like okay like there are like other live streams that literally have nothing to do with the Manosphere Net, right? That I'll check out, right? And I've seen these bots there too.
Mm,
So I think it's a YouTube issue. It's not even like a specific sort of algorithm stack or anything like that. It's not that like where this is just kind of like Manosphere where this is happening. I've literally
mhm.
been on like channels that have nothing to do with this shit. Where there's live streams being talked about literally topics and subject matters that have nothing to do with anything we're talking about, right? And these little fucking
Mhm.
bots keep popping up. Yeah, I've seen this.
Right.
Seeking my, he said, "What are the bots doing?" Um,
They keep
what
popping
the?
up.
Yeah, well, that's the that's the that's the goddamn main thing, right?
They
They're
keep
fucking
appearing.
showing up, right? uh, that's the main thing. That's the first part. But the second part is that they kind of I don't and I think because they're automated or I don't know. I think what they're trying to do is put like hyperlinks in these posts. They don't show
Mm,
up as that because YouTube doesn't allow it. However, the bots have a presence, and we're sitting here literally trying to figure out like what is this? Like, yeah, this is a thing, and I have my suspicions. I'm so not going to talk about this. I'm not going to talk about that on this channel. There's certain shit that the brain trust does not talk about anymore because of said algorithms. Okay, just so you guys
right.
know this. You ever wondered why like the subject matter has kind of shifted a little bit? Well, just go and look at all the YouTube algorithm and policy changes and the user guidelines or content creator guidelines and all that stuff. Look at the changes over like the last year and a half, 2 years. Go look at it, and you
Mm,
wonder why we don't talk about like politics and shit like that anymore the way we used to. Surefire way to get this fucking channel nuked. I'm telling you right now.
yeah.
Yeah. So we have to tread lightly. So you got to understand that when I do tech talks and I'm talking about things that are ancillary to the articles that you have to read between the lines. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay.
Man.
Yeah. You gotta be careful, man, because the reality is that you know um there's certain channels where you can't. There's certain channels that'll let you talk about shit, and there's certain channels that you can't.
Hmm.
Don't ask me why. Okay. Um, don't ask me why a Cynthia G could like literally tell women to abort black babies, right? And her channel not be pulled down for hate speech, but somehow Lionel can be just a little too accurate on his crypto analysis, right? And his channel's gone forever. Don't ask me how.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's why
You
his
heard
channel's
that?
gone.
Go ahead. You heard that. You heard that. You heard
I
that.
was wondering why I hadn't been seeing him.
Well, I just told you. That's it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they pulled him down over some XRP news and some shit he was covering. He was doing. He was a little too accurate. It wasn't just him. There was a few other people that were covering on the same shit because the Ripple network was under investigation. Let me watch my fucking mouth. Ripple network was under investigation by the SEC at the time. So there was a lot of conversation that was happening on YouTube, and guess what people were doing? They were buying and selling and hedging based on said information while there was a pending investigation going on with the SEC. Holy fucking shit. I'm saying this. Please don't nuke this channel. Oh my, hey, let's stay out. Yeah,
Yeah,
Lionel.
we move on. We move on.
Yeah,
We
let's
move
move
on.
on, dude. I don't want to touch this, dude. You know,
Yeah.
um,
I just
but
didn't know. I just didn't know what happened to him. I was
that's
like,
yeah, that's why I'm putting y'all up on game, right? That's
okay.
why
I didn't know.
we've really tried to pivot.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
still stay on what we stand on, but we gotta be careful because literally
Man.
Lionel got knocked. I'm trying to remember who else's channel got hit.
Man. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to
Yeah,
Lionel. Mm.
yeah. I talk to Lion about every 2 weeks or so, man. We catch up. He's around.
Man, wow.
Hmm. Hold on one second, man. Give me a second.
Can you hear me?
Yo, Chaos Friends, what's going on, man?
What's good? What's good? What's good? I just tuned in and I never asked. Is that my Negro? What's this? Why is I'm hearing
Wait,
feedback?
I'm sorry. What was that?
I'm hearing feedback.
No, he's echoing.
He's echoing. Hold on one second. I gotta do my hack. All right. You should not hear an echo
All right.
now.
Hello. Oh, good. Okay. Oh, yeah, you use it too. Okay. I'll try to talk as clear as possible.
No, I'm saying you shouldn't hear an echo now.
No,
I
I'm
did it.
good. I don't hear now. Echo's gone. Yeah, the crypto thing, and I think I hit Lionel on the Discord about that. And now that I didn't know his channel was really taken out, 'cause I noticed I would get notifications in the morning of what's going on in crypto, and I noticed I didn't get that anymore. So 'cause I was asking about, is there a way I can know how to read the charts? 'Cause I'm not a chart reader, but there should be charts just like in stocks, like money. There should be charts.
Uh, I
Crypto.
would say, are you sub to Dollar Will?
I don't know. I got to double check. If he's in the chat room, he should lose channel.
No, he's not. I don't think he's in the chat. I haven't seen him, but go sub to Dollar Will's channel. He's a brain trust founder, and he's been doing. He does. I think he does fundamental analysis with regards to stock reading
Dollar
and some
Will, the
charts and all
man.
that. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say this: go sub to Dollar Will's channel.
Okay.
And I think Dollar Will now is doing all of his talks and videos and content on Patreon. I
Okay.
think that's what he's doing now. So just go sub to his channel, then you can get his Patreon information, and then from there you can go ahead and talk about that type of stuff on his channel because he's the one that's like doing it hands on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dollar Will.
Wasn't Dollar Will the one that actually didn't he teach Lionel? Wasn't he the one?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Dollar Will was like he was like the when I say he's a founding member, he was like the chart guy here.
Yeah.
Like he was the chart
Sharp.
reader. I
Sharp brother.
understand. I can read it, but I'm saying like he's principled in like fundamentals. I think that's like the trading philosophy that he adopts as fundamentals, if I'm not mistaken, right? See, so
Yeah.
he would really you know um, kind of communicate uh, stock analysis, chart analysis from a fundamental standpoint. So I'm saying like I think he has a whole Patreon where he's doing that shit now. So I would just say go to his channel and then hit his Patreon, and then over there that's where he's doing that. Let me see. I'm just looking at the comments here. Seeking, he said Lionel. No, I don't think. I'm not sure if Lionel's on Patreon. I don't believe he is. He's never mentioned it to me.
No.
What he did was he kind of just took a break because of the shit that happened with his channel, right? So
Now, it's
um,
when it hits you, they hit you with copyright, hate
no,
speech.
no, no, no. His channel's gone forever. Like they just completely terminated his account,
Mm.
right? Because they over some bullshit. And I don't really, like I said, I don't really want to go into it because I'm trying to keep this channel
Well,
safe.
my thing is this: anything you talk about, certain things that people putting money into, yeah, they will snap you because they want to put your money so you lose your money.
Well,
That's the
no,
problem.
that's not the reason. I already covered it. I already talked about
Mhm.
why it was that they did that. Was because
Mm-hmm.
he was speaking to what was going on with the SEC investigation with regards to the Ripple network, right?
Okay,
And
okay.
what's happening here is that because of that information, you get market swings. It's basically like sharing insider information without doing it. And I literally want to
I
stop talking about.
see.
I
I
want to
see.
stop
All right,
talking
stop,
about it
stop,
right
stop, stop.
now.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
That's all.
Okay.
That's all you know.
All right.
That's
All right.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to
Okay.
talk about it anymore because
Yeah,
yeah,
it
I
gives
want
an
no
advice
bullshit
of the
happening.
game of the GameStop stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I want to cut it here. Seeking my credit, he said any good audio books or books about or teach social skills. Ryle. Ryle, you there? He might have stepped away for a second.
Yeah, I'm about to link something in the chat right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. That's what I figured. Okay. Ryle's gonna drop something. He's gonna drop something in the chat on that. Um, hard truth about soft skills. Boom. There you go. Because at the end of the day, soft skills is essentially more or less like a new modern term for emotional intelligence.
Right.
And this is what people are grossly lacking in society, right? This was a theme. What was it? Was it the confusion, megalomania? Which live stream was it where we touched on that? Right, we
I
went
think it was
into
the
that.
megalomaniac one. I think it was the
Okay,
megalomaniac one.
go ahead and kind of touch, sort of touch back on that, right? So to relate it to this right here, because this is key, because this came up as a theme on that conversation.
Well, businesses have recognized that their employees need to improve their soft skills. Matter of fact, I read on that particular stream that soft skills are said by managers to be more valuable than the tech skills
Right.
in the environment. Because much of what you're doing now in the work environment is collabor- collaborative effort. So basically,
It's your
much of
skills
your
plus others, right?
yeah. So you have to know how to work well with others, and
Hmm.
so this is going to put a lot of people in the workforce at a deficit because many people lack the soft skills. So a lot of times you could have the hard skills for the job, but if they interview you and they're not seeing the soft skills that they're looking for, they're not going to hire you.
Dude, if you're socially awkward, you can't take instruction well from your supervisor, right?
Yeah.
Again, soft skills, not hard skills, soft skills. We understand that you're a beast at coding, right? Right. We understand that you understand the technicalities, but how do you engage with people in the work environment?
Hey, that's where the metaverse comes into play.
No, that's actually not where the metaverse comes in, because
I mean,
soft skills actually deals with real
not
world
right away.
application. This is why. Well, no, I'm saying
Yeah.
look, what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep emotional intelligence, i.e., soft skills, right, to interpersonal relationships. That's really where we're trying to keep it.
Well, it's
Because
art.
what chaos, a lot of the conversations that you'll hear in the manosphere lesser, as I like to call it, has to do with relationships. And these relationships that they're referencing are not taking place in the fucking metaverse. They're talking about in their proximity, in their locales, in their cities. Ron, am I lying on this?
No, not at all. I was actually I just was just reading from this book I have on employee training and development, and this is a big problem because me personally, I don't think that you're going to be able to get the masses of people to do this individually. You're going to have to address this issue from a training and development perspective in the corporate arena per se. And so that's how you're going to be able to actually kind of orient people to change, because now the skill set is going to be tied into
Their employment, their career,
your employment, and your ability to advance. Because a lot of people don't realize is that, this is why things like professional and business etiquette are taught, because life is about building relationships, personal
business is
and
about building
professional,
relationships. It's all about it,
and that's
right?
it. And so, right, so if you don't have the skill set to be able to build relationships in this particular type of environment where much of your work is going to be centered around collaborative efforts. I was just reading something recently where they were talking about how it's not just that you come to your job with an attitude and nobody likes, like, you know, you off-putting to people. Your behavior and attitude can cause a key employee to leave the company. That
Dude,
key employee can bring about, leaving that company can bring about the end of your business. It's that critical.
is that
It is that
critical,
critical
dude?
at this
Is
point.
that fucking critical?
So you can't do that anymore because I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it in
Well,
healthcare. So it's not a game. Like, it's not a game. Like, so you have to be able to, before you even hire, you have to be able to identify people who lack the soft skills necessary, because you don't even want to bring them in your in organization, period, from the outset. You just don't even want to bring them in there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's having a high standard. Okay, we there early in the live stream we talked about this. Earlier in this live stream, we literally brought this up, dude. Having standards for our interpersonal relationships, and that can even extend outward into our professional relationships, i.e., business. I'm sorry, Chaos, you were trying to say something, bro?
well, my thing is this: if corporations are more concerned now about not losing certain head people, it tells me that they're really trying to tighten down to keep their corporation afloat, and they can't afford some people that's not sociable, or what you say, have the soft skills to really mess up. For one guy walks or she walks, that they now gonna lose like millions of dollars. They're being very
Yeah,
tight.
they're gonna.
They're being very tight
They're,
now with the money.
no, it's but see, you got to understand that um about $165 billion is spent on training and development in terms of employees every year, but about 10% of that money,
You actually
ten
see a
percent of that
return.
money is actually getting a return. So basically, the training, only 10% of that those dollars that are spent actually go to effective training. So you have billions of dollars being spent on employee training. And I was actually reading the book where it was talking about, like, they actually researched in terms of how much training an employee that ends up quitting in 6 to 8 months, how much of an effect it has on the bottom line of
This
companies long
Ryle,
term.
I've been a hiring manager. I worked in HR. That was sort of like my white collar gig when I was doing my business stuff, right? I needed to fund it somehow, so I worked in HR.
Mm-hmm.
Holy fucking shit. Listen, okay, let's talk about that. How much money goes into hiring a person? Only for them to fucking get fired 8 months later?
Yeah, that's a lot of investment, man. That's a lot of
Uh-oh.
investment.
Talk about it.
A lot of investment. There's a
Talk
lot of
about it.
investment. And so you got all these high turnover rates because people are washing out. Because what people are realizing is, and I hate to have to say this, but it's the truth.
Go ahead.
You got a lot of people that's coming out of college who just don't know shit. They don't have basics,
They don't, man.
common
Oh my
sense.
God.
They don't have it.
Holy
That's
fuck.
really what it is. That's really what it's coming
Oh
down
my
to. And
God,
it's a
dude.
lot of, so it's like, for a lot of people, I know a lot of the millennials, for example, are, they're like, man, we can't get these jobs, this and that, the full blah is. But many of the
But they're
millennial
awkward.
generation
Bro, in the
are
interview,
lacking
they don't
them soft
understand
skills.
how they're coming across in the interview process, fam.
Man, you got millennials who have their parents go to their job interviews with them.
Wait, 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 wait,
Bro,
wait.
that's some
Wait,
awkward.
what? No, no,
Yes.
wait, hold on, Chaos. Wait. Ryle. Dude, tell me you're lying.
I'm not lying to you. I'm
Oh
not
my
lying
God,
to you.
dude.
I'm not lying to you. Like, for real. Like, I'm not lying. This is real shit, man.
Oh no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
This
Why is
helicopter
your pops
parenting
at
and all of
the
that.
job interview? Why is your mom at the
Yes.
job interview?
I'm telling
Why?
you. Yes. It's like,
Bro,
No.
yo,
this
it
is
is
some
going
new
on.
type of stuff. I never heard of this shit
Oh my
before,
God,
man.
dude. Come on,
Yes.
That
man.
that
No.
is bizarre. It's like that's some extra new coddling.
Yes. But what the
Really?
problem is that, hold on. The problem is that now, as other nations get more developed, what you're seeing is the fight for talent. You're not seeing companies just fight for talent in the United States. They're fighting for talent
No, it's
internationally.
global. It's
They're they're
global.
they're, they're having to prepare. They having to give, like, uh you know things like learning other people's cultural norms. So when you're interviewing somebody, let's say in India, because I was just reading something like this in this training and development book where it was talking about like they in India there's a hierarchy. It's very clear like there's hierarchy obviously in the caste system in India. So when they had a training, many of the men wouldn't they would many of the people wouldn't actually do what they were supposed to do or what they expected them to do based on the training because they were viewing themselves within a hierarchy based on Indian culture. So they had to address that aspect of their culture. So they're having to really research the cultural norms of people too. That's a lot of money that you have to, because they need the talent. And so now, especially when you couple this with a great resignation, where talent, I keep telling people, talent is king and queen, which
It's
means
at a
that
premium right now.
if you have the skill set that many of these companies are looking for, now you have to negotiate with these particular types of employees because they don't necessarily want money. Like they were thinking that if I throw more money at an employee, it'll make them do what I want them to do. A lot of times it's not the money that's going to make them actually want to work for you. It's the lifestyle that they can live. A person might say, look, I don't want to have to come into this office because I want to go move over here to the Cayman Islands. And if I can work online and work remote and get my work done,
I'll take the job.
I'll take the job if you're willing to acquiesce to my demand. And if that skill set is very much critical to your operation,
Guess
you'd
what
be
they'll
like,
do?
well, okay, all right, well, you don't have to come into the office like that because this is what the Great Resignation is really
I was
causing a
about
lot
to
of
say,
companies to
didn't
have
the
to deal with.
pandemic just kind of make it? Didn't it kind of force the market's hand?
It forced it. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, this is a time where employees have way much more power than they ever had. And they're using it to their advantage because they're looking for lifestyle. They're not necessarily looking for money because if you move to some countries where they're still developing, your American dollars is gonna go long anyway. You know what I'm saying? Whether you're making 100,000 a year or whether you're making 250,000, it's still gonna go long. You know what I mean?
Whether you're making 50,000, depending on where
50,000,
you
yeah,
are. That's what I'm saying.
right,
Depending on where you are, it's like shit. And I'm working remote. Oh my god. And this
right.
is this is like you said, dude. These are like some of the deeper effects of this this reset. I'm trying to like not use certain terms to trigger the algorithm. I
Right.
notice when I say certain words, I'm literally looking at this right. Just a little while ago, I was kind of saying shit. I saw the numbers drop. I gotta pay attention, bro. I gotta watch this shit. So, with what you're saying though, um, it's more in the hands of people who want to take jobs, right? Because they can say, "Hey, well, listen, this is remote. I can, I'm not required to actually show up once a week or anything like that, right? No, okay, okay. So, and do you mind if I live in this state? Oh no, oh okay. Well, I'll take the job, right? Because some of the other positions may not have necessarily been able to offer those amenities, right?
Right.
But this is where we find ourselves post the situation, the global situation. I'm not trying
Right.
to say that word
I
that
know what you're
starts
saying.
with
I
the
know what
letter
you're saying. I
P.
know what you're saying.
Right. Um, because prior to that, things were very traditional. You had a job, you went there, you clocked in, right? Depending on what you did. Now, I had been doing remote work since about 2013 for HR because I was recruiting for a steel manufacturer that was based in Brazil, right? And they owned
Mhm.
steel mills that were here in the States. And so, you know, that type of situation, I could be afforded to work remotely. But
Mhm.
now with this sort of post, you know what situation, um, remote work is kind of like premium. Why? Because there's
Mhm.
an actual infrastructure situation going on. And I'm not going to use the words, but it requires a certain thing that a lot of people have a lot of apprehension to do, right? You know what I'm talking about. So, this is where what you're talking about comes into effect. What
Yep.
do these companies do? If you have all of the abilities and the skill set and all that, well, I guess you're the one who commands the terms and conditions, right?
Right. I mean, you got employees out here right now. They're trying to push for a 4-day work week. I
And
mean,
getting it,
yeah. So,
right? And getting it, and getting the hourly rate and the salary that they want and all that. And,
yeah. Yep.
woo. Uh-oh, and we got another fucking bots.
Yep.
Hold on a
So,
second.
yeah.
Is that
Oh
a
my bad,
porn
dude.
bot? What the hell is
I'm
that?
just trying to
Yeah,
get
they
rid of
keep
this
putting
bot.
in the chat room. Is that a porn bot? What is that?
No, that's what I mean. These bots are kind of all they're all kind of stuff, but
Is it like a link?
yeah, no, what it is, it's a YouTube thing, man.
So what they let them
Yeah,
know they're present. They're watching us, and we watch our language on our stuff. That's why they pop up.
no. It's a YouTube thing where there's just some sort of automated thing going on, and I really I
Hmm.
kind of don't know how to
They just block it. We
assess
keep
it
moving.
because it's a YouTube issue. Because like I was saying to Ryle earlier, like there's channels that I check out, right, that literally have nothing to do with the manosphere or nothing, right? They literally have nothing to do with none of this shit. And let's just say they have live streams going on, these same bots are popping up. So it's YouTube wide. Shout outs to Jay Shine in the house. What's going on, bro? Leo fam in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Um, let's see here. So we coming up on 2 hours. Ryle, I didn't know if you had any more you wanted to put on it. Really didn't have
All
much of
right.
a panel on this one.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I got other stuff on it.
You got other stuff on it? Because I'm gonna just
Hmm.
do this. I literally got to go run to the little boys' room. So if you got something on it, I'm gonna just go ahead and step away for a minute, and we'll keep it moving. Let me just run to the bathroom, bro, because we just been over here chilling. That's what's up, Jay Sean. You know what it is. Give me a minute, all right?
All right.
All right. Jay Sean, if you want to come up, bro, come on up, man. Hold up.
Come on up, bro.
The next station is Eastham. This is a district line train to Barking.
Cool. I was not prepared. She called me a good person. I was like, you lost me there. I got
Haven't
family
seen Jane Sean in a while on the
still been
panel.
prayers long distance, but life's not as fair for a child with a problem parent. Not comparing or judging, not as caring. Must have lost my bearings. My vision is tunnel. I live in a bubble. But living's enough. I've been in the struggle. So I send peace but can't listen to troubles. Forgive me, I love you, but I live a life paved with lies. Every day I say I'm fine, then lay awake at night, contemplating ways to fly. But then I stabilize, I stay alive. Take my time, so they only see me in the right state of mind. We all rise and decline. I don't wanna live a life they design. Take my time, so they only see me in the right state of mind.
Complex. Jay Sean is backstage whenever you're ready.
We all rise and decline.
What do I get? Feel like Babylon owes me everything. Bus stops in winter taught me all about a wish. Star, feeling nothing things. Demons here, I must have let a couple in. Starting for the cold, starting for my question marks, my yeses and my no's. Is this everything I get?
Jay Sean, you in Europe right now, or are you in the States?
And I mind a bloody mess tonight. I think I hit the really matter, what am I so? Wish someone would tell me I just break up in a sweat. Not much I can do to force a happy ever after. I'ma pick the ink, switch my wrist, pray that it connects again. I'm praying it connects. Not sure what I'm doing there, been hoping for the best. Still fidgeting and restless, consciously in awe of possibility. In essence, I just think I'm depressed. Really pleasing this tonight. A chick that told me she
Oh,
loved
okay, bro.
me.
How is it over there?
Me, I've been fighting with this passion. Wise men's in house, drowning out my father's yo. I know cold like everybody. I know, them as I'm preying them all packet jackets with what in the cold. Should have known. That's my phone. Let me lie down here in silence when I'm tired. Just allow me, man.
Damn, fam. Damn. Damn, bro. Be careful, man. I know. I can get over there in Europe, boy, with that cold and that snow and that ice. Damn. Yeah, man. Be careful over there, man. Yo, Jay, how many years you got in the military, bro?
Yo, y'all there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Are you good?
I was helping my daughter with something real quick. She decided that she wants salmon croquettes tonight for dinner, man. So we gonna do salmon
She she
croquettes.
she complex like a father.
Uh, yeah, she don't be saying, "Daddy, I want noodles." Nigga, she be like, "I want I want some seaweed and da 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 da." I'll be like, "Really? God damn." Jay
How
Sean,
old is she now?
bro, 10 going on 23.
Wow, I'm getting there.
What's going on, bro?
Shit, not man. My daughter.
Salute, General. Salute, General.
What's up, family?
Yeah.
Peace,
What's up,
peace, man.
chaos?
Peace.
My daughter, as you know,
What's good?
complex. She 18, so she working now and shit. You know, I gotta.
Word, man.
Man.
She
You
get
got
off
a
later.
you
I
got a
go pick
love
her up and stuff.
you got a legit young lady on your hands, bro.
Yeah, she got a little JOB. You
All
know,
right.
she's in
That's what's up,
the
man.
half system,
Congratulations, bro.
especially government.
She in the military as well. I'm just sure.
Nah, not yet. She's going to the Air Force soon.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Man.
That's what's up, bro.
Man, she got the plug, man. She got the plug.
Yeah, Air Force, dude. Let me ask you
Yeah.
something, Jay Shine. What what do you have on I'm gonna go very specific with this question, dude.
Okay.
What do you have with regards to emotional intelligence and how you've communicated that to your child, bro? Because that I key in on this a lot
Mhm.
because you and I both we got our daughters, right?
Yeah.
And I I'm like over her like a hawk, okay? Because I understand the nature of what it is that we've been talking about over the last 2 hours, right? Me and Ryle have been going in on this, right? All these psychological aspects of having our emotional intelligence, right? Either at parity or hell, even exceeding our IQ, right? Our intelligence quotient, right? So we have
Mhm.
our intelligence quotient, we have our emotional intelligence quotient. And what we're finding here is, and this is in the conversation I was having with Rael, is that a lot of information he's been sharing is telling us that companies companies value emotional intelligence over, say, IQ. They value EQ over IQ. Now we're also saying that also crescendos over into your, not only your professional relationships but your personal ones,
Right.
right? So like as a father, I'm curious as to your take on like what are some of the things that you sort of communicated to your daughter, man. Because you speak highly of her and glowingly about her like I do of mine,
Right.
right?
Yeah. When they say women are smarter than men, that's really what they're talking about. It's the emotional stuff, the emotional intelligence. Obviously, men have invented more things than women, so we're not dumb at all. Men have created so many systems in the world, so we're not dumb. So when we talk about women being smarter than men, we're really talking about that emotional thing. With my daughter, what I realized with her is because of the struggle between me and her mother, she had to learn how to be emotionally intelligent early. Let me give you an example. One time we was in the car going home after I picked her up after school, and she was telling me that she lied to her mother, about something. And I was like, well, why you lie to her? Don't lie to your mother. You tell her, don't lie to your mom. I never wanted to create an emotional nutty kid. So a lot of shit between me and her mother, I would keep between me and her mother. I always promoted her to love her mother no matter what. Cause that's your mom. I didn't want to create that tone on her, but this is something that she picked up on her own. So she said she lied to her mom, but then she broke down the reasons why she did it. I said, well, why'd you lie to your mom? She's like, well, if I told her the truth, she would just got mad about this, and then would have been sitting there arguing, or I would have getting yelled at for 35 minutes. I was like,
Oh fuck.
okay, that makes sense. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's
Like,
like let me just avoid this shit.
yeah, she had a strategy to how to deal with the emotional bullshit.
Mm,
You know what I mean? That was her strategy. So she told a little white lie just to shut it down. And this is a kid that is in middle school,
hmm,
having to figure out how to navigate the emotions of a grown woman.
right.
You know what I mean? So think about that. So when we talk about emotional intelligence, you're really talking about um, when it comes to our girls specifically, they're different. One of the things I learned about my daughter and what she's taught me about all women is that their path in life is different. They have to live a life of somebody always trying to take something from them. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Looking at them sexually, treating them a certain way, trying to dominate them, even little boys, right? 'Cause that's what we do. It's not a bad thing. It's not an evil thing. It's nature. If we wasn't intelligent human beings, what would you see? What do you see animals doing? So all female animals know somebody's trying to fuck them instinctively. You know what I mean? That develops them into a certain type of way. Now, some girls they come to a fork in the road when they realize this, and they go one or two ways. They go extra protective, or they go the loose road. You know what I mean?
Doesn't that pendulum swing in the other direction though? And then what happens is that men find themselves on that other end of the pendulum later,
Yeah,
where
later on
the
for
women are trying
resources.
to do
Yeah,
the same goddamn thing, right?
yeah, women do that for resources later on.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
when women need. Yeah, it's a,
Yeah,
it's a,
so
it's, a, it's
yeah.
kind of like Cerulean said this one time, and it's always stuck with me when he said this. He said women are natural nesters. They nest in every environment. So to use an analogy I use all the time when I talk about World War II, you look at the women, the French women, what they did, right? When it came to survival, my version of what Sunni would say is that women are natural survivors, right? They're going to do what they got to do to survive. So if they got to lay down and get fucked by 5 men, that's what's going to happen to survive. Um, so when the Germans took over France, you had women who laid up out of what? Out of necessity, out of survival. So no matter what the constructs are that men build, no matter what the society is that we build, the women will adjust to it. But they adjust to it using what you call emotional intelligence, right? That's what they
I
use
would,
to
but
survive.
I would posit to say though, right,
Hmm.
that there's not much emotional intelligence being used in leveraging your body, right,
Right,
to as a mechanism of survival versus I would say that emotional intelligence would mean that you have the psychological disposition to actually pair with someone of a higher status and class, right? That removes you out of that environment where you would have to actually fuck people for money,
right.
right?
Well, I
And so
mean,
this
if you're
this
talking about
this
a prostitute,
well, no, I'm saying that like typically what you'll find here, like so perfect example, right? I'll use my wife for example. Okay, she was of a different emotional disposition. So
hmm
you know what that found her doing? That found her doing things that did not require her to sell her body. That found her actually being an educator for children,
right,
right? So this is what I mean. It's sort of like, well, how are we psychologically oriented? I'm just saying people of a higher emotional intelligent disposition don't look at things like having to sell their bodies as an option. They understand that they don't have to do that. I would
right,
I would actually say that because someone lacks emotional intelligence, they're going to feel as though they have to do that.
right,
And
right.
then there's
That's where
going
the
to be
manipulation comes into play. Yeah,
yeah, and then you
yeah,
got the men who have a lack of emotional intelligence who go for the low-hanging fruit,
right,
i.e., the women who do such a thing, and ergo, you have this whole scenario that we're talking
yeah,
about, right? But
yeah,
this is the reason why I said, okay, well, what are you doing with your daughter? Because I already know that the one of the things that I already know this much. It's not in her mind, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong, even though I already know you're gonna tell me I'm right. I know you. Um, she's not the mere fact that she's going to the Air Force tells me that in her head there's never a thought that her body is going to be an option to be put on the chopping block for her survival. Am I right or am I
right.
wrong?
Yeah, you're right. And guess what? Somebody had to tell her that,
Thank
and
you.
that was
Yeah,
my job. And
there
I'm
you
not
go.
talking about
There
one
we go.
time
Let's
either.
talk about it.
This had to be explained to her on many occasions because, unfortunately for me, man, I don't not unfortunately for me, unfortunately for my daughter, I raised her different than most girls around her. So and I saw this cultivation happening in middle school with other girls versus my daughter to the point where about a third of the way through the school year in her first year in middle school, I found out she was eating by herself at lunch. She wasn't getting along with the other girls because she wasn't on the booty shaking shit. She wasn't on the twerk shit. She wasn't wearing the makeup. She wasn't a fast girl. Meanwhile,
Every
the
time you tell this
environment, these
story,
girls are
it
being
saddens me, bro. Every time you tell this story, it saddens me. Go ahead, man.
Wait,
it
wait,
is
say that, wait, say that again, Ryo.
it's really fucked up that we have an
Yeah,
environment of young
yeah.
women who are being cultivated to go the route that Complex was just laying out instead of
Hmm.
using their heads and not being cultivated to really be smart women. And they're being told that that shit that they're doing, the sexual stuff, is strong.
Strong, yeah.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
strong. You know what I
Yes.
mean? And
Yeah.
so when that situation happened, man, it broke my heart. And I had to
Yep.
come to the school. I came to school, did some fly stuff. I'm a motorcycle guy, so I would come pick her up on three wheelers, and what I mean, I kind of made her a cool chick. I would do things that I know that work with kids, right? Because I'm more
Yep.
intelligent than kids. And then I will also give her game. I said, look, these conversations I would have to have with her all the time about acceptance, and part of it is you. See, you care what these kids think because you want to be with those kids.
Right.
All right. So part of
Yep.
it is you. It's not just them. It's not just them rejecting you. It's you wanting to be with them. You understand me? So part of you is gravitating to these, these bad girls. All right. You know what I mean? So
Interesting.
yeah. And I would try to tell her, I said, look, this is how this is going to end for that shorty right there. And unfortunately, I admit it, I'm guilty of it. I had to shit on other people's children, but I had to show her, I had to point out certain kids and say, look at this girl right here. You see this girl right here? This is how she's going to end up.
But isn't that the sacrifice that you have to make as a parent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right, to kind of reveal these ugly truths, right?
Yeah.
I've already had to do it, right? I've already had to do it with my daughter and a friend of hers, right? That because they're all on Facebook and I'm sorry, not Facebook, FaceTime and all this kind of shit. Like some stupid stuff happened, and my daughter was just a part of the FaceTime group, right? It literally had nothing to do with her, but then the parents became involved. Okay. So this is where we have to be, again, we watch our children like hawks, right? Because we see the shit that they don't, right? We see the shit that they don't. We see it coming before they see it coming. We see even the trajectory of something that they may be contemplating to do, and this is where we stare them before they even think about going in that direction. Now, we can't do that as parents, as fathers specifically, if we're not mindful of what our children are engaging in, i.e. our daughters. Right? If we're not mindful, if we're not literally looking over them like a fucking hawk, then we don't know where they may be potentially going, what alleyways they may be potentially heading down. Right? But as soon as we take that away, right, as soon as that's gone, that's where the land of unintended consequences comes into view.
Well, let me chime in here. Let me chime in because when you first said this, I think you were on. When I first heard you say it, I think you were on Roger's panel, and man, it blew me away because, a young, black, girl, was left to feel isolated. And this is part of you would do very well, Jay Sean, to get this book, The Feminine in Fairy Tales, because it deals with this type of stuff. Like the isolation is, in a way, is good. It's good for her. But on the one hand, too, what makes it sad is the fact that with all the stereotypes that are around black girls, who, by the way, many of the stereotypes about black girls are actually initiated by black women. So, for example, when you have women saying, "Oh, she's so damn fast," well, who taught her to be fast? Because
It sure wasn't us.
Ain't no father gonna teach.
Ain't no daughter gonna teach his daughter how to be fast, bro. I'm sorry.
That ain't gonna happen.
That's not happening
at all.
That's not
Either taught her or co-signed it.
Yeah, it's not happening.
So the very women who are instructed to guide them and initiate them into their womanhood, which is what happens when you go through the proper rites of initiation, is that you go through that and you become psychically a man and a woman because you understand the responsibilities that come with your new manhood and your new womanhood. And so these women will show you how to be careful with your body. You don't be out here just opening up yourself to anybody. Like they will help you grow into that energy like that. But I just thought it was just very sad that a young black girl doing everything right, listening to her black father, being what she needed to be good for herself and good for her father, to make her father proud of her. When she was around a certain type of element of black girls, she was made to feel like she was doing wrong. She was made to feel like she was wrong. And it really hit me, like I felt that shit, man, when you said that shit, man, because I felt the hurt you felt for her having to experience that. So I was like, damn, like this is some really powerful shit right here.
Well,
and so
yeah, because look, it's almost as if her daughter's being shamed for having a father.
Thank you. That's what I was. That's what I was getting to.
Yeah,
And
it's like
so,
that's how I'm kind of reading this shit. Like she's ostracized because she's got a dad.
right. You know what I'm saying? Because I told you,
Mm.
me and you were talking. Like my dad growing up with my dad, because I grew up with my father. So when him and my mom divorced when I was 2, he got me. So when it came to like girls, my dad was more protective of me as a boy than I ever saw women being protective of girls throughout the years. It was the complete opposite. Like it was the complete opposite. So when you said that, it just really let me realize. And the thing of what makes it so tragic, you know, is because your daughter has you, and you gonna guide her the way that she's supposed to be, no matter what. But for the girls who she was trying to imitate, what she didn't understand, well, not saying she was trying to imitate, but she was feeling left out from them thinking that she should imitate them.
Yeah, she's just a kid that wants to hang out
Yeah,
and be down.
yeah, she just want to
Yeah,
hang out. But what she didn't
impressionable.
realize, what a lot of people don't realize is that for her, those girls could have had something bad happen to them sexually that makes them act out like that. So their response to their trauma could be to be acting like they're more adult than what they are, and grown, more grown than what they are, as a defense mechanism to hide the hurt and pain and the shame that they actually feeling. So she could be looking at it like, man, they're having fun over there, not realizing that that's not what you're seeing over there. You're seeing trauma and pain being covered by promiscuity and things like that, because that's how they're trying to deal with their actual trauma, by
Do you
just
see,
basically embracing it.
Ryle? Do
But you
you
know what? I
also
want to say this
see?
real quick.
Okay,
I
go
want
ahead.
to say this one quick. In that moment, though, I did realize something else. I realized the strength in her. You're right, because she didn't acquiesce.
Okay, Jay Sean, let me follow up on that because this is what I wanted to ask you, Ryle. Do you think that what also was seen was, or what was experienced was resentment? Like these chicks resented
Yes,
his daughter,
yes, it could be
right?
that too.
Because she
It is.
doesn't, because intrinsically she doesn't have the vulnerabilities because she has a father to protect her, right?
Right.
See, I think what happens also here is that um, when you have females who are raised without a father, and then you have the one, there is, they, it's almost as if it's like, okay, let's flip the mirror on this, right? All of us know when we're around homies, dude, they ain't got a pops in the home,
Right.
okay? Like if as a dude, if you grew up in a pop with a pops in the home, you get down a certain way. Okay,
Yeah.
it's just that's just off rip. That's off rip, because I got, I've seen cats and I know homies and shit like that, raised by their moms. They don't get down like me. They don't think the way we think. Right? They don't have like that, just like that. You know what I'm saying? Knock a nigga out attitude. They don't have it. Why? Because they pops wasn't there to instill it in them. Right? So now let's flip the mirror back around. Don't you we don't you think that that's probably also the case? The same thing happens where like girls know based on disposition, dude, like who's got like a masculine influence in the home and who doesn't, right? And because of that, there's some resentment there. Because of
Oh
that,
yeah.
go ahead. Yeah, I just wanted to kind
Yeah.
of maybe explore that, dude. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, matter of fact, I had my homegirl I was telling you about that passed some years ago. Rest in peace to her. She talked about that when she was having conversations, and she was when we had this conversation. She was obviously an adult, and she talked about how her friends, when she would try to get on her friends for acting a certain way, that was the very thing that they would use to try to shame her into not criticizing them. What they would
Mm.
say things like, "Well, you had a father,
You have a
you grew up with a
father,
father." So
dude.
yeah, that's real. So that's real. Yeah, it is real.
Dude, you know what, dude? Like when my ex used to be doing like all kind of crazy shit, right? And I'll be checking her behavior, like, what the fuck? Dude, this don't even make any goddamn sense. Well, I didn't have a father, and I used to like, what? Like in my head, I'm sitting over here like, what the fuck does that? We're adults, so what does that have to do with anything? But
Right.
now when you think about it, right, they say all habits die hard, right? See, so if things were kind of hardwired in your formative years, you're going to tend to probably carry that out into your adult years, right? And then
Right.
if you're doing that, you're probably going to defer to the excuse or the reason why it is that you do it in your adult years. Why? Because in your formative years, what, you didn't have a father.
Mhm.
And I used to always trip me out, like, dude, when she used to just be on some weird shit, and I hit her with the logic bombs, be like, yo, like, whatever you coming at me with this bullshit, like, I see right through it. So it's like, and I got to tell you, just it's not making sense from a behavioral standpoint. So explain it to me. Well, I wasn't raised with a father, and I'm like, dude, and that's where it just, okay, again, it didn't really compute. I'm like, okay, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? You're an adult. But
Are they
Because
adults?
it's like,
But there's
hold on,
consequence when the man's around the house. That's why they say that shit.
it's not just that though. It's like I was explaining on Toya's show today
yeah,
when her mother said something about not her dad was, whatever he was going through. People who listen to it, they'll know what I'm talking about.
right.
I said that has been a common motif in Black society, where whenever you calling out bad behavior of women, they'll try to use the well, I didn't have a dad thing. And on the surface, it sounds good. But really, what the issue at play is with those particular type of women, the real issue is that they didn't have the proper mothers to teach them properly. It's not the father. That the
Right.
father, I say this all the time. Mothers teach their daughters how to be as a woman. Fathers teach their daughters how to value themselves as a woman. So
Yes,
you can't get to the value of a woman if your mom is not teaching you how to be a woman. You can't do it. And so that's why I know that's why I think that's why it hurt Jay the way that it did, because with all the stuff that he had inputted in his daughter, he recognized that women still had some sway over his daughter.
they
They
really,
still had
yeah.
some sway that he didn't want them to have. And so that's why they have to have that feminine constellation that really shows them that it's okay to be soft, and it's okay to be nurturing, it's okay to be
Mhm.
cooperative and things like that, because that's who gives them that's we don't realize how much that feminine world, what really goes on in that world, but it's a lot of stuff that goes on in that world that,
And it's
matter of
powerful.
fact, it's powerful, and they need it. And so, but many times who they're fighting, a lot of times, like when we watch this, when we read fairy tales and stuff like that, who is usually their enemy is usually their mother or an evil stepmother. But it's still the same archetype. There's still that mother
It's
complex
never a
that they're
man.
it's never the man. The man is the one who actually
He's the one that
comes and
saves them.
constellates them. Yeah, right, constellates their world properly, and they go off and ride off into the sunset to get away from that dark mother or that witch mother complex that they're dealing with, because it's an archetype. And unfortunately, because think about it, it doesn't really make sense for women to have talked all this stuff about being educated, all these women telling women to get educated, but all these women are thoughts out here. Well, that was supposed to be the whole reason why y'all decided to get education, so you didn't have to go out here and do all of that type of stuff. But it's specifically because the women have not initiated the younger women into that womanly world, where at a certain point sex is going to come into the equation, but you have to mold them and nurture them through that so they can understand. This is why when back in the younger in the older time, because I grew up around, for my younger years until they passed, my great grandparents, and you will hear the older generation of women tell them to not do certain things. Hey, don't do that. You
Right.
ain't grown, girl. Like, stop. Because they
You're too
knew it was
fast.
bubbling to the surface, so they knew it was coming, but they had to check it. They didn't, because the men didn't check it. It used to be the women who checked it. And I think that's really what really kind of really touched you in that way, Jay, was the fact that you like, man, I done did all this work, man. And she's still feeling this way because they're over here making her feel this way. So that's scary, man. That's some scary shit. Cause you're like, damn, like that makes you kind of feel helpless in a certain sense. So I felt
Yeah.
that shit, man, when you said that shit. So
Let me tell you
and that
something
just
else, Rob. Let me tell you something else real quick. I think a lot of parents fold to that shit.
yep,
You
they
know what I
do.
mean? They want their kids to be happy or whatever, so they fold with it, and they say things like times have changed, times are different
Yeah,
now.
that's
No,
that's a
get
that's a
out of here.
way of just kind of absolving yourself, right?
Yeah, it's
Right.
lazy, and so before that happened, let's go back to elementary school. And I've had many situations like this. I'm gonna just give you one. I'm not gonna give you that many because just imagine being a single father. There's not many dudes that's gonna hang out at Chuck E. Cheese with you. So I end up hanging around a lot of single mothers. You know what I mean? And try to match up. They got kids, same age, whatever. And you try to get the kids to hang out with each other. And the kids would be at my house, my daughter would be at other people's houses and stuff like that. But you're usually doing this with single mothers, right?
Mhm.
So there was a single mother in elementary school. There's a little pretty girl my daughter was hanging out with. She seemed nice and all that. And she stayed at my house and no real red flags. Spent the night. Everything was cool. Then, it was time for my daughter to go spend the night at their house. Now, when I went to pick my daughter the next day, this is the risk we take. I get to the house, man. It's clothes everywhere, hardly no furniture. The chick is sitting in the middle of the room with a TV, and she ain't even paying attention to the girls. I got to
Yeesh.
go back to the back room to get the girls. Dishes in the sink. I'm asking the girls, did they eat yet? She's like, and then she chimes in, yeah, they fix themselves something to eat. And I'm looking like, yo,
Yeah,
this is
man.
ridiculous,
No.
man. My daughter can't come
Mm.
over here no more. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm saying this in my head. So I get back to the crib and my daughter's like, yeah, well, we had a good time. I said, I was like, look, Smile, you're not going back over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. She's welcome to come over here anytime she wants, but
You ain't going
you're not
over
going back
there.
over here. All right. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
So these are the things that, happen. And I explained to my daughter why, at a young age and tried to explain to her why. So fast forward, my car's in the shop one time. So we used this communal lot stuff, and me and the woman both. I was working at the Pentagon at the time, and she got off at the Pentagon to go to her job. I think in Crystal City. So we rode to the same place. So basically, I caught a ride with her. I needed her to pick me up, and then drop my daughter off because my car was in the shop. And I asked her for a favor, and she did it. We get in the car. First red flag. Her daughter didn't get out the front seat.
Mm.
Okay, when another adult was getting in the car.
Yeah.
But I'm rushing in the morning. I don't care. We're in the car, and she says, "Yeah, pass me that CD I like." And her daughter goes get the CD. It's a hardcore new Jeezy CD. So I have to check the system. I'm like, "Yo, sister, this nigga's in hardcore rap lyrics." I don't have nothing against hardcore rap lyrics as an adult.
Yeah. But as a
But we
kid,
got two elementary school girls in the car. And his man, you know what I mean? He's talking about fucking bitches, bitch, hold this. I'm like, hey, sis, turn that shit off until the kids get out the car. I had to check her in front of her daughter. And she just like patted her head, like, yeah, she turned it down, whatever. And then she had an attitude with me after the kids got dropped off. And I had to explain to her, but I didn't want to go too hard about it. It's too fucking early in the morning for this. All right. It's like wintertime and shit. It's like dark in the morning. You know how you get up in the morning, it's still dark.
you ain't
The
supposed to be
fuck, man. I'm
bumping
not like having
Jeezy
this conversation
on the
with you.
way to
You ain't my
school,
woman.
man. That's
Yeah, you're
not.
my woman. And we not even friends like that. The only reason we even dealing with each other is because of the kids.
Yeah.
So these are the things that go on. And then, you deal with and you see up close, as a parent, so what I want to say is this, and I've always said this, and I'm not going to change my position on it because I'm a patriarch, a knuckle dragging patriarch. But what I'm not responsible for is womanhood. Okay. Men historically have gone to war. Men historically have died from all kinds of diseases. Men historically have been out of the homes for a lot of different reasons. That for work, back in the day, we like to talk about, men being in the house back in the day. No, they weren't. Men were working fucking 10, 11 hours a day outside the house, doing hard labor. Okay. Women maintain the homes. Women raise children. Men to make sure that the fucking kids dressed a certain way. That we looked apart. You know how I know? Because my grandmother raised me like that.
Mhm.
My mother didn't want to be a mother. My grandmother took over. And my aunts. And that's why my icon is me in a suit. That's Lucy in them that you're looking at. That's who they crafted, a man. So this whole notion, that a father has to be around all the time for a woman to do her job, I have to reject that somewhat. A man needs to be around to maintain the home, as far as guide the home, lead the home, head the home, hand out consequences. Like basically, if I come home after working 12, 13 hours and shit ain't right, I lay down the fucking law. That's what men are supposed to do. But young children traditionally are with the women, right? So single motherhood for me is not an excuse. It's not an excuse why your kid doesn't sit up straight. It's not an excuse why your kid has a fucked up attitude. It's not an excuse why your kid is violent. And now that to cap this story off, that same little girl attacked my daughter in the bathroom. Her and some other little girls tried to jump my daughter in elementary school in the bathroom.
Are you serious, bro?
My daughter had to fight that bitch.
Well, I just tell you, man. I told you there's resentment.
You understand what I'm saying? So I'm just saying these are things that happen in the world, and that's why I'm so hardcore the way I am.
Yep.
It's not about I'm not trying to. I guess the word I'm trying to say is I'm not trying to negotiate. There's no negotiation. I don't give a fuck. I know we got good sisters out here. Trust me, I take that because I believe in power dynamics. So in power dynamics, it's simple for me. You punish and reward. We punish those who are out of pocket, but we got to reward those who are. So when we find a sister, you have to reward her. You got to respect her, show her the most, support her. When you got a bitch on your hand, you treat her like a bitch.
Or you get her off of your hands, bro.
I don't scoff. I don't scoff. I don't mix words. I don't overlap. It's simple to me. You either a sister or your bitch. I don't play with it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. If you fall in that latter category, dude, like we're not dealing with each other, right? I'm only dealing with the former. Now I'm gonna do this. Johnny Blaze, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
Bro, what's up, Johnny Blaze?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? How you doing?
Good, man. I wanted to welcome you onto the panel. First and foremost, brother. It's been a minute, man. How's everything going, man? Everything cool with pop services, everything?
Yeah, man. Took care of that. Yeah.
Okay.
My father died a few weeks ago, so went down to take care of that.
My condolences, brother.
And
my
now
condolences
my
too,
girlfriend, her dad just died, so she's out trying to take care of that.
Oh, fuck, dude. Get out of here.
So,
dude, come on.
These damn deaths back to back here. So obviously I missed the beginning of what was going on here, but I was able to kind of catch a little bit of it. So Jay Sean, peace to you and your family. Hope everything is okay. I'm not quite sure totally what's going on.
No, man, listen,
good,
we're
bro.
just talking.
Thanks,
we're talking. We're just wait, hold on one second, because we got another one of these goddamn bots in here. Give me a second. We're just talking emotional intelligence kind of as just a topic, right? We're not really focalized on any one thing specific. We've been bringing up, some anecdotal instances, right, where we could relate it to like our personal lives, but then we've also been touching on it from a general standpoint.
Okay.
But I while we've been talking, there was actually, hold on one second. Shonda, she said, it is sad that happened. Okay. So this goes back about 20 minutes, 15 minutes, Jay Sean. It is sad that it happened to Jay Sean's daughter. Unfortunately, this dynamic where the good girls are socially isolated has been going on for decades. Do men see true value in these ladies as they get older? I mean, here's the thing, Shonda. See, the problem here is that, and I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna have to step away for a few minutes. I got to go to the store and grab some salmon, dude. My daughter wants some croquettes. So I'll let y'all handle it, man. We can just go ahead and just rock, dude. I'm just gonna run. I'll be right back. It's just around the corner. Shonda, here's the thing. There's this falsified notion or this idea, right, that those quote unquote good girls don't have a quote unquote good guy cohort, right? See, there's always been a cohort to said quote unquote good girls, for example. Now, what I would say is that in our sort of adult lives, where we find ourselves all pretty much Gen X, all the brothers here on this panel, we're all in our 40s. We're all Gen X here. Okay. So the good girl is no longer a good girl. We're talking about the virtues of a good woman at this point.
Mm.
Now, the question then becomes, well, has the virtues of the quote unquote good girl matured? Has it matriculated into the good woman that men of our age should be seeking today? That becomes the question. Why? Because let's flip the mirror. Okay, we're the good boys, the good guys, right? Became the great men of today. We're all very productive here, right? You see, so now what we're looking at is parity and compatibility. Just like how you asked that question, brothers like us ask the same question, just in reverse, right? And it's a conversation to be had. And it's not even a thing where I'm like, I'm answering that question. Do men see the true value in the ladies, in these ladies as they get older? I asked that question in reverse to you, right? I sure as hell did. That's the reason why I have a daughter with the woman that I had her with, right? So I can answer that question unequivocally. Jay Shine basically just gave you a whole a whole breakdown of the things that we see as fathers, right? To daughters that we value as our own, we truly love, and we're trying to see the best outcomes for. Johnny Blaze, he's just like me, widower, right? Got a daughter, so we understand it to a point where, as fathers to daughters, what we want is we want their counterparts to see value in them. So guess what we have to do as men? We have to set them on the right path so that those young men see value in them. Who better to set them on that path than fathers? We were once young men. So yes, we do see value. Absolutely. You guys got it.
Hey, before you guys go in, hey Johnny Blaze, I'm ask you a quick question, bro.
Yes, sir.
How many kids do you have?
Just one.
A girl?
I have a girl.
And how old is she now?
My daughter is 21.
Okay, so yours is 21, mine's 18.
Yeah.
Complex
Now,
is 10.
my daughter's also special needs. She's a high functioning autistic.
Oh wow.
Mhm.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
So,
And did you raise her by yourself or?
My daughter, I have since 11 when her mom passed.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, but we were married. I was married like complex, and my wife died back in 2012.
That's right.
Yeah.
I remember you did say that
So-
before. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, my condolences.
I'm sorry. My condolences again.
Mhm.
But I'm sure. I'm not mistaken. Rael and Chaos. I don't have kids yet, right?
No.
Okay. All right. So I was wanting to know who had what.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Johnny, please. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, listening to the story, at least part of the thing, what I've heard, and I'm kind of hearing some, it's kind of reminding me of peer pressure all over again.
Mm-hmm.
What some of the stuff is. And it's like, when you try to fight against peer pressure, all these things kind of come into play. And if you don't have, I guess, the mechanism, the way of thinking your way out of these kind of situations, you're going to fall for them. And I think this is one thing that fathers are really good at, at showing, the pitfalls of peer pressure. I think as a father, we typically have very open and candid conversations with our children. We don't, sometimes we'll try to, sugarcoat, but there are other times that we don't sugarcoat things. We'll kind of like lay it out for what it is. And I remember having a conversation with my girlfriend and even one of my aunts. And I had a conversation I was telling them about a time me and my father were talking. And my father and I, we have a kind of like rocky history. But the conversation more so, we were talking, if me and him were at the exact same age in a point in time, it was more so that we probably would not run in the same social circles. Because my dad does things that I don't do and vice versa. I'm more of a nerd type. My dad's more of a partier / drinker type. And when I explained this to both my girlfriend and my aunt, they pretty much said, without your father, you wouldn't be here. That was their response. And I'm like, that wasn't the point of the conversation. The point of the conversation were two men were discussing how we were in our personal life, not as father and son, but as two individual men.
Exactly.
And they tried to make it more so an emotional conversation where me and my father were having a logical conversation. And I really had a hard time trying to get them to understand that. And I don't know if y'all run into any other things like that at all.
Well, not yet. We just did though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's some real stuff.
Yeah. So I mean,
but just let you know, Johnny, the conversation was about emotional intelligence, and
right.
I think you had to navigate a lot of that, dealing with your situation, and dealing with the emotions and the psyche of your daughter and the family members around you, yourself. There's a lot of things we don't talk about as men. What goes on in our heads? We're so busy trying to be, the saviors of the world and be that leader we want to be and we need to be. We don't talk about what's going on in our heads. Give you an example. It took me, I was 26 years old to figure out something that was wrong with me. I was in Reagan National Airport. And I remember like it was yesterday. I was sitting there, waiting for my flight by my gate. And this beautiful dark-skinned chocolate sister walked past me, right? Or started to walk past me.
Okay.
And y'all gonna laugh when I tell you this. But in my head, and this is how I thought up until that point, until I caught myself. All I saw was her bent over, me in her mouth. You know what I mean? I had her in every position in my head already before I spoke a word to her. I didn't think about her name, who she was as a person, the fact that she's somebody's daughter. This is before I had my daughter. And I remember catching myself in that moment, like, damn, Jay. You know what I'm saying? She's a human being. Why don't you go talk to her and actually get to know who she is? And I realized that all my life up until 26 years old, that's how I looked at women.
That's that lust factor, man.
That's how I looked at women. That's what drove my game. So when I approached a woman, I already had her 10 times sexually in my head. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm trying to make my dreams get detailed.
Yeah. Let me ask a question on. Now, what do you think influenced that?
My environment.
Your environment.
My environment. How I grew up. What we valued. On the street level, in the hood. Issues I had with my mom.
Yeah.
Not being mad at her and me taking revenge out on every female I meet. There was a lot of things that was going on inside of me that I had to deal with, and it started that day.
But you know what? Day. I will say, man, that's some serious critical thinking for you to actually recognize that.
Yeah, I recognize it now, and I recognize when it happened because it was like something just went off in me. Like, damn, man, calm down. What are you doing? So I guess that was just the day I matured. It's like we always, as men, we have those moments in our lives, and Rael could probably speak to this too, where we just have that moment where we matured. Something happened, and we just like, hey, what am I doing? Oh, don't do that. You know what I'm saying? We just matured in that moment.
Yeah.
And we did we didn't even do the right or wrong thing. We did the most constructive thing.
Okay. I always say when I have a moment like that, I call that stepping outside myself, seeing it from the outside. Right. It's almost like, you got to take yourself out of the situation and look at it as though you're seeing you, but you're not you, as you're another person. Like, and that's how I look at it, as me, seeing the situation differently and making a smart choice.
Right.
But I realized something, man. A lot of people can't do that. They can't do what you just did and realize, okay, I'm actually the problem in this situation. Is me.
I remember when I used to have these conversations with Black women in the mid to late 90s, early 2000s about them growing their hair natural.
Okay.
And one of the things that I found out was that there were many Black women that actually wanted to go natural. And the thing that was holding them back from going natural was not society, it was their mothers.
Mm.
I kept hearing from them, I can't go natural. Well, why not? Man, if I try to grow my perm out and go natural, man, me and my mom gonna fight. And I used to be like, what? And after hearing this enough times, I realized like, yo, this is really a bigger issue than what I realized, because I remember like trying to encourage, sisters to go natural. I remember one chick I was with, we got into a big ass argument on the phone about like this. Like it was a major bone of contention. And Shorty I used to mess with when I was in college, man, I convinced her to go natural in college, and she always thanked me for it. She was like, you was the first, you know, person that encouraged me to go natural. She was like, and I love being natural now. And so that's why when I, got to social media and was seeing so many women talk about, black men don't like natural hair, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, where are you coming from? Like, no, that's not true. So, but I said that because again, you're talking about initiation. How has many black women been initiated into their beauty? Is through their hair. And who has been telling them what's been beautiful to them in terms of their hair? Their moms. And so their moms have been the one who has been the ones who straightening combs, painful, perm, painful, all these types of things. And so again, much of this stuff is initiation oriented. And initiations are they're almost religious in how they affect you, and so when you don't have that proper initiation right to cross from the boyhood to the manhood to the girlhood to the womanhood, that is a very critical piece of life that you missed. And the thing about, let's say if you missed that as a boy, your father, he didn't really help you get there, he wasn't around or whatever the case may be, you can go to the military and you can get that initiation. You can get that aspect of self-actualization that you need. The problem is with women, they're supposed to get it from the home environment. They're supposed to get it in the nest. So the nesting environment is supposed to have that masculine protection around it. And so that's where the women are supposed to do the proper teaching, because men, we're the natural law enforcers. Like that's who we are. We enforce the law, we create the law, and we enforce the law. But the women are supposed to teach the law that we come back and enforce when somebody gets out of line. So
It's a
she's supposed to
partnership,
be, she's supposed to be an integral part in the actual following of the law. So when a woman is teaching her daughters to be against the very laws that any father, like I don't care if you was a stepfather wouldn't want his stepdaughter to go out there and be on some loose type stuff. So when you're teaching your daughter that this is your womanhood, the girl is looking at her mother almost as a religious figure. So she's going to do everything that she can to please her mother, because in her mind she's not thinking, my mom wouldn't tell me something that will work against me. She wouldn't do me like that. But that's completely wrong, because we know that's not true. And so, we have to really look at this initiation aspect of it, as it relates to this particular topic, because that's exactly what you were speaking to, Jason, when you told the story on Roger's panel. Like all the stuff I did still, was it was good from the father perspective. It was great. But in terms of the initiation into the womanhood, because what you were talking about was things that was actually centered around the sexual aspect of growth and development of young girls going into young adult womanhood. And so that's scary, because you like, yo, these are who she's around. I mean, you can't police nobody, household, but this is the people she's around, and they're giving her another different view of what you're talking about, as far as like what you wanted her to represent herself as a young lady. So you just have that dichotomy that's like, yo, like this is, but it goes to show you that on the opposite side, how much the women on that side were
Yeah.
failing their daughters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was just showed you like, damn,
Yeah.
like, because I'm over here saying
And
the
Rob,
complete
let me
opposite.
let me add something else to that, Rob. You know, like when I would drop off to school, she would seem unhappy. You know, like, I'm about to go through this bullshit again, type face, right? And I didn't know, and then I found out what was going on. And the flip side of that I have to, unfortunately, given the situation, I still got to take some solace out of it. Is that she held her own. She didn't capitulate. She sat there in that lunchroom by herself. You know what I mean? Where she could have capitulated,
Thank God.
and she didn't.
Yep.
And that's the only thing that made me feel good about her, and that then motivated me now to be super dad. Right now, I got to do something about this. You know, because my daughter's holding it down. She's not capitulating to this shit. She's in middle school and she has the emotional intelligence to know that what she's been taught is right. You know what I mean? And it just is what it is. And day in, day out, she was taking that shit on the chin. And that's the kind of stuff that builds respect for your child when you see them grow up and have them enough fortitude mentally and emotionally to deal with certain things like that. And it just make me want to do more for her and have her back more, but also now that I know she's intelligent, you know what I'm saying? Now she can't play dumb either. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
it goes both ways, you know. You know what I mean? It
Exactly.
never stops. Yeah.
Exactly. I wanted to actually read something on this because I think it's important for this discussion for the audience to hear this. This is from a book called "The Feminine and Fairy Tales." It's a book that I've constantly referenced, especially on Roger's panel. Shout out to the Roger Report. This is talking about that world that women are supposed to create for the younger women. It is specifically speaking to this. It says, if you apply this to a collective situation, you can say that the masculine and the feminine world are not in the right connection, so to speak, on the human as well as the spiritual level. One of the ways in which the feminine world defends and establishes itself in its own right is by creating a feminine paradise. You see this sometimes in women's clubs where the women sit together and talk about their little concerns, ignoring or excluding the man's world. You can see it also in families where the mother and daughters get together and play among themselves, scorning the father and brothers a little, saying that men must get out of the kitchen, men are big babies or fools, in a joking way. In the same way that men have clubs to reinforce their self esteem and role in society, there is no reason why women should not have a parallel in which they can assert their femininity in their own right and realize their differences from men and their different needs. There are primitive tribes where young men are initiated into men's secret societies and young women into women's secret societies. The men learn certain men's arts, such as speaking in council and the use of weapons, and the women learn weaving and certain feminine arts and are instructed in feminine adult behavior and love magic. In Greece, there was a cult of the goddess Artemis of Baron, who was a bear goddess. Young girls of good families were given to serve the goddess from their 12th to 16th year. In the awkward time when girls are just as difficult to keep at home as boys, they were given into the service of the goddess. They behaved like tomboys, not neither washed nor cared for themselves in any way, spoke roughly, and were called bear cubs. Thus, the bear cub societies of the mother goddess serve to reinforce the feminine under the veil of protection. In this way, the feminine personality could develop unharmed by the problem of sexuality and go into life with a certain amount of maturity gained in security under the bearskin. Otherwise, often only half developed girls would fall into sexual life, and at 30 would be old and worn out. Naturally, such women cannot develop anymore mentally, for the vital substance is exhausted. They are just tired, old, old women.
Mm,
Mm.
mm.
This woman is telling the women what their responsibilities are supposed to be in terms of the development and the maturation of the girls. So
Right.
it's the reason why you see so many women in the management. They're looking for answers. That's really what it is. They're in the space for that reason. They don't realize that's what it is, but they're in the space looking for answers because if their world was really serving their purposes, why would they even be here?
Right.
That's the whole reason why they're here, because that world is leaving them feeling empty, lonely, without any connection with men because they don't know how to do it. And so this is something that you're supposed to be learning from the girl level, And so
Yeah.
that's the reason why. And then when it goes wrong, they're trying to say, well, it's the men's fault. No, y'all can't put y'all lack of your irresponsibility. You can't put that off on men. You live in America. America is a highly developed society. It's not saying that we don't have to be perfect men to be good, great men, because no great man was ever perfect. But when it comes to the actual development and the comfort level of the society, you even said it so yourself, Jay, when you went to Egypt. Man, them women over there got a lot of men. They're married and them men poor, but they show them respect. They show them respect. So when you have that type of inaction on behalf of the women's part, this is what a lot of times they end up doing. They try to shove it off on the men. But what really is going on is that they've actually abdicated their responsibility. And we already know how hard it is for women, adult women, to own up to their responsibility and say, you know what, I dropped the ball on that. We've been in relationship with females like that. They know they wrong. They know they did the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? All they got to do is just apologize to men, because a lot of times that's all men be looking for. Just give an apology and say, look, I'll do better next time. And men be cool, like, all right, cool. But they can't even do that because their ego is so bent on being in control. They won't give you that, not even satisfaction, but give you that respect and say, you know what, I did do you wrong. Let me apologize to you because that was wrong. I should have did you like that.
You know
And
what
so
that's
this is what
happening,
keeps a lot of
right?
this stuff going.
You know what's happening, bro? Because women today in the Western world don't live in a natural state. What I mean is, they aren't. What's the word I'm looking for? Technology has made situations so comfortable for them, that they can play with you like that. You know what I mean? Or play with men like that. They're not in a natural state from the standpoint that they're dependent on us for their survival every day, as far as housing. Now, are they dependent on men overall? Yes, because men keep the infrastructure going. But because our society is set up, for some reason, they don't have to respect the men in general for it, right? So they can turn their water on every day, not giving a fuck that a man was down in the sewer working on water lines, or they can flush the toilet every day, not caring that some man's down in the sewer cleaning out the sewer. You know what I mean? They don't care. And and I really blame the dominant society, the men of the dominant society, for allowing this to happen. But men in general have allowed this to happen. We've allowed these women to become terrorists, to be they don't appreciate shit. They don't care about truth. I'm talking about in general, not all women, right? They don't care about being honest. They don't have to be. I can lie on you. I can marry, the woman can marry you, Rael, use you for your years, and then when she feel like getting rid of you, get rid of you, divorce you, take half your resources, move on, and then stand in court and lie on you. You know what I mean? It's just the situation is completely set up for fuckery. And then I think at some point as men, we got to look at this structurally and say, you know what, enough's enough. All right. Structurally, this shit is wrong. That's why I'm not married. I can easily get married tomorrow if I want to, but for what? It's not about the women I'm worried about. I'm worried about the system. I'm worried about the structure. I'm worried about the overall structure of the system that's anti-male, you know what I mean, and anti-patriarchy, that plays with patriarchy, uses you as a patriarch in the courtroom, right, when they're taking resources from you, but they don't give you the respect of a patriarch. You know what I mean? They don't give you the authority of a patriarch. You have no authority as a male patriarch, but somehow you're responsible for the future care of this woman. That's fuckery. That's structural fuckery. I know men right now, women right now that I work with in government who are living off husbands they ain't slept with or lived with in 13 fucking years because they can do it.
Jay Shine, you just described the figurehead.
You know, so
That's what
and that's why I want the brothers to really think about power dynamics, man, because
Yeah.
they have no reason to capitulate because they can get away with it. That's the secret to the world. People do what they can get away with. You know what I mean? I'll give you a great example. This is gonna hurt. Kenny Smith, right? Y'all know Kenny Smith from TNT, right? Inside
Mhm.
NBA. You have women who marry. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna come back to Kenny Smith in a minute. I'm gonna tie this all in. You have women who are married to white linemen right now. The big guys on linemen in the NFL. On average, every time they retire, 3 to 5 years after retirement, their white wives leave them. You understand me? And now you have professional sisters doing the same thing, following Becky. They have the Sex and City sister, and then you have the professional sister. So this is a woman, whether it's black or white, that will lay down with you, have your kids, be your wife, come to the games, knowing that by the time she's 38 years old, 37 years old, she's pulling the plug.
Larsa Pippen.
And if you pay attention to a lot of celebrity wives, they do this shit time and time again. You understand me? It's deep. This is business. And we got to start thinking that way too. We're not thinking that way. It's like we care more about the marriages than they do.
Yeah.
Yo, I
Yeah.
just came back in, bro. I just caught that last part, Jay Shine. You said that you think the men care more about marriage than women do.
It seems that way because the women are handling business right now. You know what I
Yeah, they
mean?
business.
And they will divorce your ass by the time she's 40. She's still fine. She still looks good. And she's gonna walk away with millions of dollars and got your DNA in in her kids. Your kids are taken care of, so she didn't have to provide that. And then and then also they created a social dynamic where she can come out and throw you under the bus in public.
Mhm.
You know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
yeah, it's crazy, dude.
So it's insane, and we sit back and we normalize. We let this shit be normal, and it's outrageous. What's
Well, this is the
happening?
reason why we have these conversations, dude, so that we can kind of shine light on the absurdity of it all,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Because it doesn't follow the trend of common sense. None of this does,
Right.
right? Like the type of irrational shit that you hear on both sides, and I get it. One is reactive to the other, and vice versa, right? And then there's the benefits that are gained from doing certain things given that's the social dynamic, right? And so now we've been fully steeped in one side playing the other,
Mhm.
right? We it's like that union part is completely eroded. And now what you've got is you've got like, two powerhouse teams in a conference or some shit trying to, getting ready to square up against each other, right? Or something like that. um until you ask the question of how all of this affects the children, then all of a sudden, right? Everybody wants to
Right.
try to, yeah, you know what I mean?
Right.
That's the part that kills me about it. It's like, yeah, you're all big, bad, and buff, and you're a boss bitch, and you're a high value, and you're all this, right? Until I ask you a question about your son or your daughter, right? Then that's when the veil falls, and you go, well, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want my son to get out here and do this. I wouldn't want my daughter to get out here and do this. Of course you wouldn't. So why the fuck are you functioning in such a way that you wouldn't want your children to function? First
Man,
question.
do you realize that? Do you realize that every time, most of the time, when Kevin Samuels asked that question of a mother with a son, would she want her son with that kind of woman, that wayward type woman, dysfunctional woman? Most of the
What do they
time
always say, dude?
they say no. Most of the time they say no.
Ain't that some
Mo-
shit?
Most of the time. So it is like, so you want grown men to have a lower standard than your son.
I mean,
Mm.
just let that one marinate, fam.
I mean, come on, bro.
Well, it's
Like,
called misandry.
What'd you say?
It's called misandry.
Misandry.
Yeah,
Listen,
when you in a society that has no respect for men or hatred for men, that's the kind of shit you gonna get right there. Like, they're looking at you as a grown man, and you ain't even supposed to have no standards for yourself. You just supposed to go
right.
along with their fuckery. But their child respect my boy though. Their child make no sense. You know what I mean? But here's the thing: we've created an environment, not us on this panel. I'm talking about men in
No,
general.
colloquially, yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about men in general, not even us, because this shit started before me and you came of age. Complex, we all Gen X,
right?
You know what I mean? So the environment's been created for this type of fuckery. Let's take color off the table for a moment. Back in the 70s with the sexual revolution, they started some shit that's now still going rampant, right? Today's sisters call it their whole phase. But back in the day, there was a thing where, you know, white girls would go to college, fuck who they want, and then get a husband. That's cuck shit, if you ask me. We're gonna give you the space to be a hoe. We're gonna give you all right. So you got 4 or 5 years, do your thing, suck who and fuck who you want, and then I'll take you. Shout out to Sarah Palin, right?
Yeah.
And now you got sisters out here talking about not only claiming the whole phase, they're entitled to one. Now, I'm sorry, I'm late. That was yesterday. Now, if you go online and you pay attention, there's women right now in their 30s, late 30s, because they had kids early. And the kids, they're empty nesters now at 38, 39, talking about,
now
I'm about to go through a second whole phase.
Yes.
Yep.
And they're claiming it. They're saying it. It's not niggas. It's not a man saying it. The women are saying it.
Well, don't men adapt to the environment? Isn't that what we do as men?
No. And that's the problem with us. We're supposed to create the environment. We've been morphed. It's been
I'm saying, I'll give you
a quick example.
Okay,
if a woman, you see a woman right now, slashing tires, right, and breaking a man's windows out, everybody's going like, damn, what did he do to piss her off? 100 years ago, if a white man beat his woman with a broomstick and the cops showed up to the house, they're gonna be like, man, what'd you do to piss him off? You see what I'm saying? It's flip-flopped.
Understood.
It's not balanced at all. It's completely upside down.
No, what I was saying with regards to adaptation, because I think that adaptation and what you're saying is that manipulation of said environment go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
I think manipulation of the environment, it actually is apropos to adaptation, because traditionally that's not something that we've done wholesale, right? And the conversations that we have is actually about wholesale creating, right? Our one, we can say either digital infrastructure, financial infrastructure, right? Because see, based on the time that we find ourselves in, it's not as if we have to go break new ground with shovels and shit. We don't have to do that.
Well, I think you're actually saying both the same thing, just from a
that's what I mean. That's why there's no disagreements. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
There's no disagreements,
Yeah.
right? This is all one and the same. Yes.
Hold on. Let me say.
Complex has got to say it in a very prestigious way. That's just what he does.
Yeah. Let me interject. Because on the one hand, what you're saying, Complex, you're talking about terraforming an environment. What he's talking about is you can't basically, there's no such thing as adapting to an artificial environment like this. Right. Like there's basically, this is the way it's going to be ran over here. And if you don't apply to this, you won't be over here. And see, that's where, when we have these conversations, like, we can understand elitism. We can understand the notion of it, because in our minds, we're thinking like elitists. So in our mind, the concept for us as Black men, the concept of elitism is not a foreign concept.
No,
So we like, hell yeah, like elite all day long.
Yeah,
but when you come to people who have not been properly formed psychologically, when you speak elitism, it becomes, who that nigga think he is? Who he think he is to tell me what I need to do?
What the hell you think you are?
Right. So you spinning your wheels trying to get people only to buy into the concept of you wanting them to view themselves as elite, so they can have the same esteem and confidence in themselves that you have. So that they shouldn't even be offended by that. They should be like, damn, okay, damn, for real, like we elite. Oh, damn right. Okay, damn, look at our history. Look at what we built. Look at the things that we've done, in spite of all the things that we've gone through. Okay, yeah, you're right. We should get on that. What happens is that they buy into the notion of basically the soft bigotry of low expectations. You want to be the type of Black people that people like, hey, that's the first Black man in history that ever did such and such. I hate that shit.
I hate that shit.
Because it makes it seem like we're not capable. We've
Right.
always been goddamn capable.
and we suffer from the goddamn 100th monkey syndrome, right?
Right.
So that's why there's always just like this first black to do this, because there's all these millions of black people, but just this one out of all these millions just so happen to do this one special thing. So we need to highlight and shine a light on this one black person out of millions who did something. I mean, that's pretty fucking what's the word? Like, what is
Like
that?
I said the soft
Like, what the
bigotry
fuck?
of low expectations.
What is that shit called?
That's what it is. The soft
Yeah.
bigotry of low expectations.
God damn.
And when you have black people saying stuff like this, they quick to talk about white supremacy. You're the biggest white supremacist because you're speaking as if black people can't do it. You're speaking as if black people can't accomplish this shit.
Well, wait a minute. But not only that, but you're completely fucking oblivious to the people who already are doing shit. This is my problem. It's not as if you don't have hello. People always often peg us as a tech channel. Now we'll hold that title. However, I will also say we are much, much more than that. Have we talked tech during the last 3 hours? Ryo, Jay Shine, Johnny Blaze, anybody?
No,
not really.
Nope.
So we're far more nuanced and we're far more multifaceted than just, relegating us to just simply tech, right? However, we have the ability to exercise these things and much, much more. And there's proof of this. You see, so if you're choosing not to acknowledge greatness in your own people, that's on you. But don't, but if you're going to do that, just understand that even as you do that, we're still out here getting the goddamn thing off the ground, regardless of what the fuck you think at the end of the day. Okay. See, so like I said, free will for you to possess those thoughts and have those things, and hell, even use these mediums to communicate it. Fuck it. I don't know. But when the opposite is shown to be true, don't have any kind of feelings and don't take it any kind of way, sweetheart. That's all I'm saying.
But see, this is what they're going to do though. This is the problem. Okay, let's say for example, let's say Jay Sean say, you know what? I'm headed back to New York. I'm going to run for congressman in my neighborhood. And I want to clean this shit up. Okay. We clearly are some men in this space that's going to be like, yo, what you need, man? What you need?
And I'm going to run as a conservative Democrat.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm against abortion. Oh yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna fucking turn the table over.
We're gonna lock in. What I'm saying is we're gonna lock in on that because we're gonna be like, yeah, we might have had disagreements, but we know that dude, we know this dude's MO. We know his imperative. We know what he's angling for. You know what I'm saying? But in this space, you have men who see that other men are much more competent than them. And instead of just getting the information, getting on code so they can actually catch up to what we're giving them, they be on some shit like, man, I ain't gotta listen to that nigga. Who do you think he is?
Facts.
Like the information that you're giving, it's not like the information you're giving them is hurting them. It's actually help. I've seen dudes come to this channel and say, yo, man, the Black Brain Trust, man, really helped me, man. They can help me get the certifications, man, that I needed, man. And now I'm doing such and such. I came in this space, man, depressed as hell. So we know that the channel has been very helpful to other men.
I had Damiete, a young brother, man, who's a day one, man, kind of like a mentee of mine, just hit me before Christmas telling me, man, he just landed a damn near 6-figure IT job. Makes me feel good about all the work we've put in with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, JB. I know you want to get it, bro. Say
no, I was going to say something. I mean, going back to Ryan's original thing.
Shit, going in the house.
What I've run into, maybe you have as well, is like when we talk about men doing things, on a high level, it's like people see you as, what's the term, arrogant or, hubris. But yet, when you're trying to do something beyond the norm. I don't know do you see it that way, Ryo?
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. Yes.
Yeah. Can I just say this real quick? I can never say it's above the norm. We can all agree that what America is, the melting pot, and this democratic republic experiment that they have has never happened in the history of mankind. It's never happened. The way the government structured and the way society's been set up, It's never happened. It's unique onto itself. But we also got to remember, and I don't like doing that first shit neither. But one thing I will always say is what our contributions were to this country and to the world. For instance, when a brother created the filament for the light bulb, that didn't just change the American economy and light bulbs in America, that changed the world. When
Damn
the
right
brother
it
came up
did.
with the ISDN grid, and the brother came up with the two brothers that helped develop cell phone technology, two Black Americans, ADOS Americans. All right, that changed the world. You know, brothers who or a sister that came with call waiting. You know what I mean? That was an African American female. There's a whole bunch of inventions that came out of America that was part of the American Revolution. We look at the Tuskegee Institute and flour and all kinds of other things that were developed in under George Washington's Carver and that group. Those things changed, transformed the economy. The problem is we never got credit for it, right? So it's lost to the annals of history. But the thing is, we are very capable, have been capable, and always will be capable. You know what I mean? I don't know how we dial that back into our group. Because going back to the Tuskegee Institute and even some of those old HBCUs, they were created to pump out,
Wait a
agricultural
minute.
workers,
Hey, Mike, you
engineers.
guys, wait, hey, you guys, fuck. There was a bot that popped up, and then I was trying to delete it, and then I accidentally blocked Nagon. Fuck. How do you undo this shit? Does anybody know?
Right.
Because it was a bot, and I was trying to
Yeah, I've
block
been
the
trying to
bot,
figure
and
out how to unblock somebody
yeah,
too.
and then the chat, yeah, and then it moved up, and then I accidentally blocked. Fuck. Hold on a second, dude. Let me figure this shit out.
Yeah, I got
Nagon,
Hold
my
on.
bad, bro. I
I
didn't mean
think
that shit, dude.
I
Because he's
unhit
a.
him.
Did you unhide him? Because he's a
I'm
mod.
trying.
So,
So
Nagon, can you post something, dude? Can you see if you can post? He was unhidden. Okay. All right. Cool. 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 My bad, bro. My bad.
I got it.
Okay.
How did you do that? How did you do that? Young
So
man?
Yeah. How did you do that?
I'm on the computer, and next to his name, there were like 3 little dots. I hit it, and down there it says you can hide user or unhide user.
Unhide.
Oh,
Okay.
so you can do it on the phone computer. Okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he posted something, and then no, what it was that there was a bot, and it posted right above him or something, and then right when I was trying to block the bot, I accidentally blocked him because it moved up. So okay,
Yeah,
all
I
right.
knew you did it. I knew you did it on
Yeah,
accident.
okay, okay, cool, cool, cool. All right, I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead.
I'll just give my soliloquy about that first thing. I agree with y'all. I don't like talking that way because there were things that Black people have done before America was even a conception, a concept. So we have done a lot though in the last 400 or 500 years to contribute to this age of technological dominance, and we just got to get back to teaching our children that. I make sure my daughter understands that, and any kid that I mentor understand that what we are and inventions that we have, and give them links to certain things so they know who we are, and so they don't have to sit back and hear the first of and fuck out of here. We're in the first of nothing. We've been here for a long, long time, and we've done a lot of work. Matter of fact, if you want to get political, we made the Constitution more truer. It's been our fight to make the Constitution more truer. So when people come to this country, other immigrants come to this country, and they have so-called quote unquote civil rights, who's that from?
Us.
You see what I'm saying? So our contributions are deep. And I think we got to start looking at that. We are a fabric of this nation. It's our country. It was built on our backs, and we've done a lot to contribute to it and also contribute to its economy, in a lot of different ways. The patent office was developed because of Black slaves inventing stuff. We have, if you look at anything in American history, we're right there.
We've
We're
been
right
here
there
this whole time, man.
the whole time. So
The
we're
whole
not
time.
new to this. As we used to say back in the 90s, we're not new to this.
No, I'm
Nah.
not new to this at
Hell,
all.
I would even say before that, but that's a whole other conversation.
That's a whole nother
Anyway,
conversation. But
go
yeah,
ahead, Rado. It's a whole other conversation.
I mean, the issue, and this is really where the conundrum comes in, is that like if you look at Booker T, for example, he started the National Negro Business League, which was supposed to help Black businesses network with each other. And Teddy Roosevelt got the idea from him to use as the template to start the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. And so you're talking about a man who was an ex-slave who helped build Tuskegee, and he also had different merchants associations. He did work in Africa. Matter of fact, there's a school in Liberia named after Booker T. Washington. And so I think that one of the things that really makes it difficult for a lot of Black people is, quite frankly, Black people are always having white people in their mind when they're doing something. And it's like if there was no white people around, like, you will be getting money, like you will be working with your family, building that, because that's the normal thing to do. When people come over here, what are they trying to do? They're trying to get a financial footing in the country so they can do what? To help their family. That's normal. And so Black people spend a whole inordinate amount of time so focused on what white people doing. Man, you're going to waste 20, 30 years of your life constantly talking about white people. White people got their own issues. It's not, I mean, people make it seem like white people just always had it good. Like, go back 5, 6, 7, 800 years and go to Europe, man, you will see, no, they didn't. Like, some shit came together. Like, some people moved on a certain level, but many of those people, man, was dregs, man, of society. They didn't have it like that. They got certain types of technology from other people, and that's what helped them come up like that. So white people ain't always had it figured out. They figured out some stuff, but they didn't always have it figured out. And too many Black people are constantly, even when you talk about the wealth issue, well, we need to close the racial wealth gap. Why are you constantly looking at what white people got to measure what you got or what you don't have? No, you need to do the work, because this is what your family needs you to do, so you can generationally do better than the previous generation, because every generation is supposed to do better. One of the biggest problems is that when it comes to the previous generation before us, the Generation Xers, you don't have that kind of mentality. You didn't have that passed down, let's pass you something so you can do better. And so that's where a lot of confusion comes in, because many of them people who didn't handle things the way they were supposed to, many of those people who were passed down property and resources, they didn't build off of that stuff. And now they're in a pickle, because now they need Generation X, or they need millennial generations to help take care of them. But the problem is that Generation X, they're trying to make sure that their stuff is together, because we're at ages where we got to start thinking about retirement and what our money gonna be like when we get in our 50s and things like that. So we don't have it for them like that, to give them like that. And so now many of them are trying to hold on to us and try to constrict our growth, and we just don't have it for them like that as a collective. And so now, that issue has really kind of plagued a lot of these conversations, because if you look at Generation X, in spite of what we didn't get from the previous generation as far as boomers are concerned, we've done a damn good job in terms of things that we've created.
Nothing.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly, to be where we are. You know what I'm saying? Like, we did a damn pretty good job. So if they could just a lot of times just butt out and move and be out the way, like, we could actually even excel even further. A lot of times we're trying to create while trying to fight them off of us a lot of times.
I agree.
JB?
No, hey, I agree, man. Like, I got too many in my family. Like I said, like the conversation I was having with my aunt, man, she just could not see past me having the audacity to have that conversation with my father. Like, But yet when I explained that the conversation started with my father to me, not the other way around, then everything was fine.
Why was that?
Because they saw it as me trying to, lack of a better word, it was me trying to say I was better than my father.
You're supposed to be.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're supposed to be, bro.
Yo, I'm telling you, I do not understand why boomer generation do not want the next generations to be better. That's what you're supposed to. Like, when I talk to the millennials or zillennials, I tell them all the time, be better than us. We need you
Yes.
to be better than us.
Yeah.
We
Mhm.
Why do
need
you
you to
think we
be
do
better.
this? Why do you think we're doing this?
Yeah.
Why do you think we're doing this? Holy shit! Why do you
Yeah.
think we're doing this?
I
And you
mean,
know,
damn.
and I'll give it I'll give it some more detail here. You know, so some years ago, my mother called me up. You know, my mother and father split when I was 3 years old, and basically my dad went homeless. So my mother had kind of kept tabs on my father. So she went and got me, and we had to drive back to the state my dad was in. And literally, my mother kind of coerced me to take care of my dad. It's like, you know, do the whole guilt trip. He's your father, blah, blah, blah. Because she like, you know, he's not coming to stay with me. So I got my dad, cleaned him up, you know, got him clothes, helped him find a job, moved him in with me and my family. And so, you know, this is kind of what I did, you know, to get him back on his feet, you know. And you know, after my wife passed, I didn't have the ability to take care of both my dad and my daughter, you know, because
I
my
mean,
dad
shit, dude.
was a
Like,
hardcore
look,
drinker.
just
Yeah.
look. Let me tell you something, man. Just going through the whole thing of losing, losing. Uh-oh, what the heck just happened here? Going through that whole experience of losing, a loved one. Yeah, there's look, man. You have your own um well-being that you really have to kind of look after because you also have a child that you have to look after too, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And that
And
was my
then
priority.
yeah, and then it's like it becomes very hard
Mhm.
to sit up here and try to take care of other people, man, when you've got your own losses to deal with, man.
Right.
There's a question. Let me read this here. Oh, Nagon, come on, man. You already know. My bad, dude. That was my bad, bro. I accidentally blocked you when I was trying to get rid of a bot, man. You already know what time it is, family. I would never do that, dude. See, we all good. Um, State of being. Okay, they says, good evening, gentlemen. I have a question. Okay, he said blacks were everywhere. I'm not really sure who said this. We we're our we're our we okay, let me we're our wall where okay, I think what they're saying is where are our Walt Disney's and Paramount Picture companies? I am not as traveled, so I wanted to ask before I conclude.
I think he was that question is directed to me.
Okay,
Uh,
all right, yeah. Well,
so,
I'm completely. I did not know where that came
yeah,
from. All right, go
I
ahead,
answer the
Jason.
question like
Go ahead.
this.
Go ahead.
That's like asking us where's the black Wright brothers. We didn't. I'm not saying white people never did anything. The question I would ask is where's the white Charles Grew? Where's the white Frederick
Thank you.
Douglass? Where's the white where's the white Washington Carver, who I just talked about earlier? Where are the white Tuskegee Airmen that helped penetrate deep into Germany to get the air forces through to help in that war? You see what I'm saying? We can't have this game where we look at successful white people who built their wealth on slave on wealth, by the way. You know what I mean? As something to hold ourselves to. Look, it's the reality of things.
Can I? I'm gonna follow up on Jay Sean. I'm gonna follow up on that.
Because
Go ahead.
we can sit here and play that game all day, because society will push you where society pushes you, right? So after you push a bunch of people into the ghetto and they left with just sports and music, and then they dominate that,
Hmm.
then you say, oh well, they're just doing music. Okay, well, I don't see white people shitting on Tom Brady.
Hmm.
I don't see white people shitting on on Elvis.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? We got to stop this, tit for tat game where we got to find something that
Well,
black people did not accomplish yet
let's do this.
to
Let's.
somehow put us in a box where we're behind. I'll tell you what, if you feel that way about um us not being a Walt Disney, I would go ahead and echo um what's his name, Kanye West. He want,
Well,
he wants to be the next Walt Disney. He wants to do
well,
the next, but do it in a different way. Do it in this era, be this era's version of that, right?
wait. Let me do this. Let me do this. Okay, I'm gonna read this again. Where are our Walt Disney's and Paramount Pictures companies? Okay. I have an IoT based micromobility company. Why the fuck are you asking me about Walt Disney or Paramount Pictures? Let's start there. Like, why are you asking? This is the problem I have with these kind of questions.
They always start at a deficit. What did I tell you? They
Thank
always
you.
start at a
Oh,
deficit.
you know what? You know what?
Every
Ron, I'm
time.
gonna let you have it. I'm gonna let you have it
Every
because
time.
I'm about to go the
Every
fuck
time.
off. So go ahead, dude. You got it.
Yeah.
You got it. You
This
got it.
this is what they do, man. This is what we've been talking about. They always start at lack. Now, I got 2 words for this guy. Tyler Perry. That's a studio for you. Black man built his own studio. Now, you can say you don't like his content, whatever the case may be, but he did the work though.
Yeah. Wait, here's
Oh,
the
by
thing.
the
I
way,
got some better. I got
by
some
the
better
way,
for that.
hold on.
Go ahead.
Starting being homeless in his car, sleeping in his car. He went from that to having his own studio.
Okay.
I recently saw Tyler Perry what's it, on a highway, the actual street, the actual highway, I think it's Tyler Perry Boulevard or something like that. I seen it. So what I'm saying is that, like, do we ask Africans where's their studios at? Do we ask
What the
Caribbeans
fuck?
where their studios at? Like, I mean, if
Yeah.
you're gonna ask this question, make it inclusive of all the melanated people in the world.
Well,
Don't just make it Black Americans. Don't just make it a Black American thing.
Let's give this. See, this is the fucking. Let me close my door, dude, because I'm using foul language and I don't want my daughter hearing me.
I mean, yeah, China doesn't have a Disney.
Wait a minute. Check this out. Check this shit out. Right. Okay. Do you ask Sony Studios why they don't have 8 studios? No. Sony Studios has a studio. Point blank, period. So it's not as if there aren't Black producers who have studios.
Tyler Perry studio is bigger than Sony Studio too, by the way.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that if you want a multitude of films and done and shit like that, understand thing about business and how it works first, because you have a studio. You know what you do is you get the money together and then you go to someone like a Tyler Perry and say, hey, can you produce this for us? And you give him the fucking money and then he'll make the shit. Why? Because a Black man already fucking built it.
Thank you.
Hey, in the chat, I put something in there, the 10 Black-owned tech companies. He can look those up. I just put a link to it.
I mean, no, it's just, I don't want to fight. I just want to know. Like, think about the question that you're asking.
But my man just asked too. He asked the question. He said, but China has influence. Well,
so what? Everybody has influence.
Hold on. Let me
Welcome
finish real quick.
to the fucking
Complex, let me finish real
globe,
quick.
dude.
Let me
There's
finish
a
real
whole
quick.
bunch of goddamn continents and countries that have imports and Go ahead, dude.
Complex, let me finish real quick.
Go
Complex,
ahead,
let me get this one. Let me get this one, please.
Oh my God.
Let me get this real quick. I'm not even gonna make this long. This is really simple. You have a continent of billions of people in Asia, almost just over 1 billion on Africa, hundreds of millions in South America. But this lonely ragtag group, descendant of American slavery, has more social and commercial influence in the world than anybody. They're spinning on their heads in Korea doing breakdancing. I just watched Tokyo do the opening ceremony for the Olympics, and they had hip hop and tap dancing, American tap dancing.
Come on, dude.
And they opened the ceremony.
Where they get it from?
I'm in Europe right now. Don't tell me about influence, family.
Where the fuck did they get that from?
Influence. Our influence is everywhere. Whether it's jazz, I can sit here and go. I've been saving these clips on my Instagram because I got to do it.
Yeah.
Of all of these people doing Black shit, whether it's fucking Asians doing hip hop and studios doing dance routines, whether they're doing white boys doing soul music and funk music. We have been the main influences out of this one fucking little place called U.S. of America. This one little group of people have influenced the world, I don't know how many times over. Now, if you want to talk about power, okay, Disney, the white people got that. Okay, fine. But guess what else doesn't have Disney? I'm in fucking Europe, and none of these rich countries over here got Disney neither.
They ain't got the shit.
So it's like, we got to look, being who we are, we some bad motherfuckers, dog. If you really want to lay this
that's
out,
why I get tired. I get tired of this type of shit, bro.
Yeah, me too.
I get tired of this type of shit, man. That's why I was like, yo, I'm
we talking about Black men and what they've done.
Come on, man. Come on.
in America. Motherfuckers who couldn't read.
Yep.
James Brown couldn't read.
Come on, man. You know how many look. Dude, I was a record dealer. You know how many different bands like in the Philippines and Asia, in Europe, all that used to basically make James Brown music?
Yeah.
They
think
were
what we're doing
trying
right
to
now,
emulate the
top
music
people
of a
power
man
rankings.
that you call illiterate, that can't read. I just let that one marinate. Let that one marinate.
You know what they're gonna say, right? You know what they're gonna say, right? Well, that's just music. Okay, we got the biggest sports giants in human history. This one little nigga group called Negro. Sorry to use the N-word.
I mean, it just and then we're only supposed to be what 13% of a population.
Hold on, I'm gonna really gut punch.
Go ahead,
Anybody
dude. Go ahead.
There are nobody around the world. There's no Custers. There's no General Lee statues outside of America. But you know what's outside of America that's in statues right now? Martin Luther King. All over the place.
All over.
Malcolm X, Malik Shabazz.
All over.
We have the civil rights hero of the 20th century under our belt.
I get sick and tired of hearing this shit.
Anybody who's been under the boot of white supremacy, we are the leaders of fighting the motherfuckers since we've been here.
Come on, man.
If you go to my YouTube channel, I was just going back with Shonda in my on my community page. I posted the German rebellion down there, one of the biggest rebellions in history, and one of the biggest ones in American history. They never talk about. They went on for fucking almost 2 weeks.
Jay Sean, you got white kids grew up on hip hop culture, right? Who got racist parents? Make it make sense.
Look, man.
And what they do, what do they do in response, bro? Whose influence drove them to go against their own kin?
But I know what. Let's be fair though. Let's be fair. We just got out of slavery in 1865, right? White people were building wealth. We went through Jim Crow. We know what that is, right? No excuses, because we can't fall back on our pain, even though everybody else can. But just throw hundreds of fucking years of segregation away, okay? And we starting at zero in 1960. What the fuck are we supposed to have in 60 years compared to other groups of people who've been around for thousands of years, and these white boys that built their wealth off our labor for hundreds of years? What are we supposed to be?
I'm gonna tell you like this. We're supposed to be in the prime opportunity right now to capitalize on fourth.
No, I'm just saying, are we supposed to have a Disney World?
No, hell no. No, that's why I'm sitting over here laughing at this shit. Like, why are you giving me Walt Disney and all this and all that when we got the Zuckerbergs and the goddamn Elon Musk of the world getting way the fuck more papered up than Walt Disney ever did? Right? Who is the they're saying that it's between Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, right?
Bezos.
Okay. Those are two technocrats.
Hold on,
What the fuck is this platform predicated upon? A black technocracy, goddamn it.
I can't go no further. Hold on, stop.
Go ahead.
Stop, bro. Please. What has made the tech industry more profitable than anything else? It's been the cell phone.
Shit.
Right? Hasn't it been the cell phone? This thing you can carry around with you every day, right? That's made IT and the internet more profitable than anything else.
Yeah.
All right. Because if it didn't exist, you have to get home to a home PC and then plug in, and you know what I mean, et cetera, et cetera. So those two brothers that helped design the cell phone technology and the Einstein grid, that all that shit built on top of, changed the fucking world. And these guys are making billions of dollars off of what two brothers did.
Straight up. Now hold on. Let me do this. Says I'm talking generational power. James Brown was a performer, but who owned the house? Here's the thing, right? Like, you asking me questions about his own personal estate and how it's set up. Now, if you want my take on that, maybe perhaps Rael, we should all matter of fact, no. Here's what you do. There's a live stream that Johnny Blaze and I did called Estate Planning. Johnny Blaze, am I lying? Black Fatherhood Talk.
No, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So if we want to talk about ownership, generational wealth, and all that, refer to the live stream that Johnny Blaze and I do with the Black Fatherhood Talk series. Go there and then get our take on that to answer that question. Now, to answer to kind of address the other one, you said it's just a question, not an insult. Here's the thing. You know, what I notice is that other groups of men don't have these type of questions posed to them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ryle. Go ahead.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
This is one of the main reasons why I bring up Reginald Lewis so much in his book, Watching White Guys Have All the Fun. Because his book is, as far as I'm concerned, is a manifesto to black men to get into the game. I think he was in financing. And his leverage buyout technique that he used at the time was a record. It was the first. It was the most lucrative executed leverage buyout of an American company of a foreign acquisition at that time during the 80s, and they're still using this technique to this very day. And so, you know, when you see, the problem is that people tell on themselves and they don't realize what they're doing. See, when you ask questions like this means that you're not actually actively moving in that particular direction. You haven't read the Reginald Lewis books and seen the things that the Booker T's have done and drawn inspiration from them.
Thank you.
Because we have the giants that we can stand on shoulders of. We have them already. We have them.
Why do you think we are here?
Thank you. So we know of these people. So we know we don't have to look at the world from an inferior position and mindset, because we know that we're more than capable of doing these things. And then the problem is that we have too many naysayer type people like this who are constantly pinpricking black masculinity when it's there. Is the problem with black America is not that black men turn its back on black America. The problem with black America is that black America turned its back on black men.
Black men.
That's the problem. That's the problem. You cannot go into any decade since slavery ended and not seen black men collectively putting in work, no matter what organization, whatever. You've seen black men from all stripes have put in work. The problem is that black America did not follow the blueprint that was laid down, like people like Booker T. Washington. They didn't follow that blueprint, which is the same blueprint. Do y'all understand that there were people like Ho Chi Minh that came and was sitting in on Marcus Garvey meetings and went back and took that stuff back to Vietnam? And that's why when those soldiers was coming over there, black soldiers was fighting in Vietnam, they were purposely not trying to kill them. And they was like, we don't have a problem with y'all. Go back home. So
they were trying to tell you, why are you here?
Exactly. So for all these people that's constantly trying to snipe it, well, what ain't you doing? Why don't y'all start focusing on what the things that black men are doing? Because there are a lot of black men out here who are doing phenomenal stuff. And so y'all need to y'all just really need to catch up, because y'all too busy being entertained instead of actually learning. So stop telling on yourselves and actually get to work and start knowing who these people are, so you can actually draw some inspiration from them.
Well, Rob, let me speak to that, right? Because you said, well, you know, you're more concerned about being entertained, and what happens here? I need to hear about like Walt Disney and Paramount Pictures. Do you realize what channel you're on with the questions you're asking? Have you dug through the catalog to understand that we all have tech startups and shit like that? I'm in micromobility. See, so I could tell you every goddamn thing about IoT and all that other shit. Now, I did come from music and all that, but I moved on, right? But the mere fact that you would bring up Walt Disney and Paramount Pictures and all this kind of stuff as some sort of indicator of what it is that maybe black men are lacking and ain't doing, and I'm sitting over here like, what the fuck? You know, it seems as if all this entertainment shit has largely been an albatross to black culture. It's fucked it up a lot. So the last thing I need is to see or to hear like, well, how come you're not doing that? Why should I be duplicating the very thing that has fucked black culture up? How about this? How about I be an example of the very thing that's enriching people right now, i.e. technology? You know, Zuckerberg and Bezos and, you know, those guys, Elon Musk, you know, those type of guys. Man, fuck Walt Disney.
You know what's funny about the
and
Walt
I
Disney thing?
forgot about Byron Allen too. Shit, I forgot about him.
You know,
Yeah. What about Byron now? Let's talk about him real quick. You know, he had these lawsuits going.
mhm.
And everybody fighting against him for the shit, right? So when we talk about this type of stuff, here's what I don't understand. You come in and you go, well, what about Walt Disney? What about you supporting Byron Allen suing the FCC? What about that?
You know what's funny?
Like, for
About
real,
the
man.
whole
No, well, hold up, dude. Like, no, that's not what I man. No, come on, dude. Let me scroll. Don't let me scroll back up on the comments, man, and read the shit. Don't come on, man. This is the brain trust. We ain't stupid over here.
That type of statement, man. Those type of questions are nothing but
Come
those
on, man.
the type of statements that out of order, unruly females make to men, and like, but why ain't you doing this? And why ain't you do
What the
that?
fuck?
Like that's how it comes off, man. Like seriously, it comes
It's
off like this
always some
real bitchy
fucking
type shit.
deficiency somewhere, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? And you know what? It's a deficiency where there ain't one. Why the fuck do we need another Walt Disney? Somebody
Right.
tell me.
Right.
The
And
fuck?
You got
that's what I was
Byron
going to
Allen.
say
You
about
got
the Walt
Byron
Disney
Allen.
thing.
Hold on, you got Byron Allen, you got Tyler Perry, you got an infrastructure in place. Niggas start submitting some scripts to him.
That's what I'm saying.
He
Nigga, get
waiting
your
on
funding
y'all.
up and go to a goddamn studio. It's already there. You don't understand distribution, do you? You ain't talking to no dummies over here, man. Like, don't pull up over here asking these dumbass questions, man. The fuck, dude?
Not in 2022. I'm telling you,
No, man.
Complex, I told you, I said in 2022, man, I'm not for the silly shit, man. I'm
I ain't
serious,
about this
man.
dumb shit.
I'm
Don't be
not
asking
with
me this
this shit
dumb
no
shit.
more. No, that 2021 shit, all that stuff, man. If man, either dudes is getting on cold, they on some business. Like we got more than enough intelligent men in these circles. We got men that operate in the background where they doing business, working on powerful stuff. Like if y'all are on some lacking stuff, I'm telling y'all gonna see a lot of dudes, man, leave y'all in the dust. And it ain't
Hold on,
gonna be
man.
no y'all coming to us, hey, can you help a brother out? Because we black men and we gotta stick together. We're gonna be like, fuck nah, we ain't helping you do shit. Because when we were sending out the warning, when we were sending out the call to arms for y'all to step up and take the information, y'all didn't want to get on code and start using it. Forget what these chicks is talking about and get on code. Take the information that's out here. You're in an information driven economy. So when you get this information and you synthesize and you understand it and you practically apply it, that's where the money is. Period and point blank. You're not going to get around that. You're not going to get around. You're not going to be able to use a moral argument to explain away your fucking personal failures. That shit is over with. You
Let me
can't
do
do it.
this, bro. Let me do this, because I don't know if state of being is new here, because I've never seen this person here. They're like shaking my head. Y'all went way left. Let's think about that comment for just a second, right? Because I'm very familiar with Black Sands that Jay Gammon posted, right? Wasn't we just talking about utilizing an established studio that a Tyler Perry already has, right? And a distribution channel that he already has. And what you do is you funnel projects through that. But let me scale back. I'm gonna read this again. Y'all went way left. State of being. We've been doing this channel close to going on 4 years now. I've never seen you here. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. We're talking the way we talk because we're accustomed to doing this, because we've been doing this for the amount of time that we have been doing it. Yet I've never seen you here before. So you know what? My bad. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Go ahead.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
keep it- I'm gonna keep it real.
You want to be the bad cop to the good cop? Go ahead.
With all due respect, I'm not giving the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
No,
Okay. Then
I'm
you,
not doing
you
it.
speak on it. Speak on it.
The reason why I'm not given the benefit of the doubt is specifically because it's been men like me, yourself, Jay Sean,
Okay.
other men in these spaces who have been dropping great information in these spaces. To if the men were showing that more orientation towards the information, it will be less talking in terms of content. It will be more doing. We're trying to get the numbers up.
Yeah.
We're trying to get the numbers up, and so
Yes.
when you come into a space like this, and clearly you can go on this on your stream on your channel. You can go back to all the beginning of the first video that you put on this channel, and he could clearly see, if he wasn't being lazy, the amount of information and
Yes.
push that y'all put forward. So as far as I'm concerned, I can't give anybody the benefit of
Okay.
the doubt who's too damn fucking lazy
Hey.
to go to the first video to
I was
see
trying
the
to be the
work
good
that you've
cop.
been doing and how
I
long
was
you've
trying to
been
be the
doing it.
good cop. I was trying to be the
I
cook.
can't do it. I can't do it because they come into these conversations already assuming that you ain't doing something.
Oh man.
That's nothing but these. See,
Oh.
a lot of the females
Oh
have
shit.
shut up. If you notice, a lot of the females that have come to
Oh my
they don't
God.
talk like that no more. Like every once in a while, we'll see a new chick that might say some silly crap, but you see a lot of females like, well, wait a minute, man, these dudes is doing some real stuff over here. Maybe I might need to take a listen to this guy. Like you're seeing a
Yeah.
whole different type of response. I'm not saying all of females, but I'm saying I see more than what we used to see initially, 3, 4, 5 years ago. So a lot of times you're getting the pushback really from the dudes. A lot of the dudes are giving the
Dude.
pushback, and we're giving the dudes the information. The information that we're giving truly is for the men. It's not, we
No.
don't give a lot of this information for women. We give this information for men to step up so women in our group can stop saying that niggas is lazy and ain't doing shit.
So it's called the
Or never did anything.
It's
Yeah.
called the
Or never did anything. You're right.
Sapio-Males Guide to the Galaxy, right? Sapio-Males Guide to the Galaxy, right?
Come on, bro.
I'm just trying to make sure. Like I said, man, these live streams are not for clouded conversations, right? Mixed messages, mixed signals. That's not what we're trying to do. We're literally trying to crack we're nuts and bolts. Okay, so SOB again, state of being. It's like I said, our tone is reflective of the amount of work we put in. That's why our tone is what it is. I don't want you to take it any kind of way. Like I said, I will go ahead and give you the benefit of the doubt. Ryle, you just heard his take. JB, Jay Shine, I'll let them say what they're gonna say. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. Ryle ain't. But the reality is that there's over 700 goddamn videos on this channel that reflect the ideals and philosophies, right? And the position of the brothers that represent the Black Brain Trust. JB, Jay Sean, y'all got it.
Look, you know what? Since y'all didn't did all that destruction, I'm gonna be more constructive. Because y'all didn't body the brother.
We didn't mean to.
So I'm gonna just say this. Look, it's funny how we bring up Disney and stuff like that, because usually when you have these conversations, when you talk about our athletes or our musicians, our entertainers, it gets dismissed. But that's what Disney is, entertainment. But when it comes to them, we hold it up. Hollywood is entertainment, but we hold it up to some high fulcrum. Look, all right, so let's get off entertainment then, and let's talk about my brother Granville T. Woods. Y'all know who he is. He accumulated nearly 60 patents during his lifetime, from 1856 to 1910, many of which improved the function of railroads. He didn't invent railroads, but he did this to railroads. His most notable contribution was the induction of the telegraph system, which allowed traveling trains to communicate with one another, which also allowed dispatchers to locate them, which is very important. That's revolutionary. Not only that, that sounds like Martin Luther King now. Not only that, he was instrumental in introducing and developing the first electricity-powered railway. That's game-changing. Changed the world. That's a black man in America. We talked about George Washington Carver. Let me go a little deeper. George Washington began using chemurgy. He started conducting experiments in 1896, which created 518 new products from those crops that included ink, dye, soap, cosmetics, flour, vinegar, and synthetic rubber. That came from a black institute in America. This is our culture. That's why I talk the way I talk, because I know my history. I don't let Pookie Ray Ray represent me. You understand me? I let these brothers represent me. I know who they are. I can sit here all goddamn night doing what I just did. I can give you another one. We already talked about Charles Drew. You know what he did with blood plasma and helping with the heart getting a heart transplant. He made that possible. A black man in America.
Jay Sean, let me do this. Because SOB said, I just asked because I was talking with my girl today about historical black-owned businesses that have evolved over time. I just didn't want to believe that black people don't own one modern-day business. Now, I wanted to read that to you because you just spoke about the legacy of people that have created things, right? That kind of extend beyond just a simple business. These are patents. These are creations, right? These go beyond just a business. That's why I'm like, okay, let's. I don't want to talk about a goddamn movie studio and entertainment, right? I want to talk about us pursuing industry based on what our skills, our strong suits, our strengths, our knowledge base, right? That's what I want to talk about. In my head, anything that's entertainment based has largely led to a lot of the psychological dispositions and dysfunctions that black people have right now. That's why I detest it to a large degree. Okay, and that's why SOB, state of being, I don't want you to take it any kind of way. But like I said, I've not seen you here before, right? And we've been doing what we're doing literally tonight for going on 4 years. So pardon me, my apologies.
And and I just want to say this, Complex. I think we have to recognize as black men, us. I'm talking us on the panel, the hurdles that we're going to run into and going to continue to run into and probably ran into in the past of people who've been programmed out of society. The world has whitewashed a lot of efforts of black men. That's also what happened during Jim Crow. See, we want to forget Jim Crow and we want to forget what happened during slavery, but also part of that process was black people inventing shit and then other people taking credit for it. Black people inventing shit and then not getting credit for it. It's not being taught. That's why they even came up with a Black History Month, which has really been ineffective because it's really American history. So I'll give you another example. Percy LaVon Julian, American chemist, who developed a synthetic drug to treat that's used to this day to treat glaucoma. He also discovered how to mass produce cortisone and steroid. I can't pronounce this word, which is used to produce sex hormones. Mm-hmm. A black man did that, not a white man. A black man did that. So the question I have is, why didn't a white man do that? That's the questions we should be asking. We ask the wrong kind of questions. Where's the black Walt Disney? No. Where's the black Percy LaVon Julian?
I would also say, where's the wait, hold on a second. Where's the
Indian Percy LaVon Julian?
Yeah, I was gonna say, or where's the where's the hedge fund that backs your next fill in the blank? Right? Because one man is not, you're not a monolith, you can't do it on your own. Most companies do. You think, like Sergey Brin and Larry, what's his name? Do you think they started Google on their own? No, they had funding. Where did they get the funding from? A group of investors.
Right.
So where's the group of investors who think it's important to get behind people who have a visionary mindset? Let's do that. Mm-hmm. Let's do that. Every company that's out here has somebody backing them, i.e. a hedge fund, an investment firm, a bank, something. Like this is how international markets, the monetary system, the whole monetary system. This is how it works, dude. People put money in, they take money out. They put money in, they take money out. They put it into this company, take it out. This one comes in, takes it out, Go look at the stock market trend lines, right? Day to day, week to week, month to month. Go
Can I do
look at
one
the
more? Can I
financial
do one
reports
more?
of people like Berkshire Hathaway and all these people. Go ARK Investments. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We just do one more because I want to make sure I say this right about Charles Drew, dubbed the father of the blood bank. He discovered the effect of long-term preservation of blood plasma, which is used by the Red Cross to this day. Today, only thing they did was come up with better machines to do it. But the technique is still the same one they use to this day. So back before he did it, you just died. When they do blood drives now, they're doing it using Charles Drew's technique.
Yeah.
This is a black man from America. We could, like I said, we could sit here and do this all night. And I'm talking about heavy contributions to world, not just America, to the world, fam. And it came from Negroes. We have been taught to be inferior and to talk and think the way we do. And you know what? And then have people question us like this. Yeah. Which is where I jump off.
That's why I was like, man,
I'm the guy in the office dealing with white people like this.
They don't get questions like this, bro. And that's where you know, where it's like somebody that has a text. Now, I at this point, I don't even want to call it a startup because I have a production run going right now. I got a whole bunch of shit I imported. I got a production run in China going on right now that's going to be heading overseas here sometime in February. So I don't even want to call myself a startup anymore. So it's kind of insulting to hear these kind of questions because, dude, white people don't get these kind of questions.
They don't. And my brother Mark Dean is also the co-inventor of IBM's original personal computer. People don't know that. People don't know that. And also came up with the color monitor. Black man from America.
I'm just saying, man, it's weird that we've had these type of industrial impacts, and then yet we're subjected to and like I said, no disrespect. It's just goddamn, bro. It's triggering.
I know it's fucking ridiculous, man. I'm telling you right now, Complex. I don't have an inferiority complex. I know who I am. I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my bloodline. Slavery and Jim Crow is not my shame. It's theirs. You understand me? That's the dominant society's shame, not mine.
That it's that. But then here's the thing, bro. It's like I'm not gonna. I apologize because I think, and again, dude, state of being I think is new here, right? So I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? But we also have to speak from who we are as men, right? That shit will set me off because it follows a trope about black men that's wholly inaccurate and not true, and that's that black men don't do shit. They don't build nothing. They don't do this. They don't do that. So then I get this. I read these kind of questions, and I'm like, okay, I don't get out here and do what I do with the mindset that I'm the only one out here doing it. Why? Because I got partners, right? So in my head, I don't believe this whole thing. The second thing is that I'm not somebody who's pivoted in entertainment, and I think that entertainment is a large part of the problem with black culture, right? So once again, if any notions or ideas of, say, like success with regards to relationships, because guess what we always hear? We always hear about celebrity relationships, right, as being the model, right, for what people should strive to have, even though it's completely fucking dysfunctional. It's all prima facie. But I always got to hear about entertainment, mind you, right? And then it's sort of like if it has to be a model for a success as far as a businessman, it's always got to be Jay-Z, somebody who's a fucking entertainer. And I'm just like, God damn it. Can't get away from entertainment, can you?
But you know what, Complex?
And once again, no disrespect to state of being.
But you know what? Hold up.
This is just what happens, dude.
But hold up. But even in that, because if you look at Justin Timberlake, he's just an entertainer. Jay-Z is not just an entertainment no more. These cats will take entertainment as a a way in and become a multi-mogul. This dude is a live stream, service owner. He's a property mogul.
Yeah, no, he's got title and all that. But what I'm saying is
He's
that,
got a lot of things going
but
on.
all of a sudden, like
Curtis 50 Jackson's now a movie maker and a producer.
But wait a minute, but all of a sudden, a motherfucker that was making songs like Big Pimpin', all of a sudden, okay, Johnny Blaze, you out here? Okay, peace, good night, bro. I'm gonna actually give him a call, man, because I know he has some shit going on the past few weeks, so I'm gonna reach out.
Yo, keep your head up, JB.
Yeah, with JB. But the problem here is that there's always this thing, like even if I'm in tech, right, I still got to get a goddamn Jay-Z comparison. It's just like, well, why the fuck do I have to get a comparison to goddamn Jay-Z? He's a fucking pimp. Big pimping, spending G's. Remember that? All that shit. Why the fuck do all of a sudden I have to be measured up against him? He's a fucking rapper. And look, listen, I'm not taking anything away from MCs. Nigga, you know me. I'm a hip hop head. I'm a DJ. That's how I came up. But here's the thing, right? My bread and butter is in tech, and I got to hear about a rapper who, to my knowledge, can't write code, or you know what I'm saying? Like got his shit up off of like Big Pimpin' and pouring Dom P on bitches with bikinis on and shit. But all of a sudden, I gotta measure up to this nigga, and then y'all, then I gotta get looked at crazy because I got the audacity to say what I just said. And I said, well, wait a minute, why don't you run back what I just said? Mind you, this was the nigga that was pouring Dom P on bitches in music videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
All that debaucherous shit. All of a sudden, now he's the model of success that I gotta achieve. I gotta try to measure up to. Are you fucking kidding me? That's why I detest any sort of like entertainment-based anything.
But it's okay if it's white though. See, they don't do this to Jimmy Iovine. They don't do this to Jimmy Iovine or Clive Davis.
Oh hell no! When was the last time you seen? When was the last time you seen Jimmy Iovine or Clive Davis pouring Dom P on some bikini clad bitches?
But I'm just talking from the entertainment aspect.
Well, I'm just saying, from an entertainment aspect, even white men don't know. They know better not to conduct themselves like that. If they're motherfuckers that command true power, they know that. They even know not to do that shit.
Right.
The fuck. Get sick of this shit. I'm for real, man. Like dead ass. That's why I be pulling up on niggas. That's why you think me and Mike V be pulling up niggas on the manosphere. The same type of shit. It's just on some lower level shit.
Yeah, but don't let them.
No, it's not even a don't let them. See, here's the problem, dude. The problem is that if a nigga don't pull up and show opposition to people, them people ain't gonna never know that there is an opposition, that there is an opposing thought, an opposing ideal, a competing philosophy. They'll never know unless you pull the fuck up. That's what the brain trust is about. We pulled the fuck up on the manosphere, writ large. 3.0, nigga. Everything's different. Test us. And every goddamn time it happens, motherfuckers lose. They lose, bro. They lose. So that's why we react the way we do when we see lesser arguments come up. It's like, no, don't do it. Don't do it, fam. Don't do it.
And Complex, when I get in these conversations at work, that's one of the main reasons why I flip the script. Like if a white boy was to come up to me and be like, rap the 50 Cent, I'm like, you mean a TV producer 50 Cent? I do shit like that. I'm very defiant. You know what I mean? I don't even let them go there with me. You feel me? Yeah. I don't let them go there with me because the truth of the matter is I can pull out all the black men that I just pulled out earlier. And I can even pull out female inventors. There was a woman that came up with the home security system or touch tone for your phone or call waiting, different system. You know what I mean? We can sit here and talk about American Negroes all day. As I think we allow socially for this shit to persist. You know what I'm saying? And we gotta, and whenever it happens, we gotta kill it. We gotta
Hold on,
strangle the fuck out of it. You know what
hold
I
on
mean?
one second, man. I'm gonna do this because State of Being was if you're gonna come through on a regular, man, and see what's good with this channel, man. I added you out as a mod. I don't want you to feel like this is an attack or anything like that, but you just got to understand the mindset of this channel. But with that being said, I don't want you to take anything personally and as just basically as a you know a notion of gratuity. You know, I'm making you a moderator because if you're telling me that you feel in the same way and things like that, then you understand our sentiments. And if you understand our sentiments, then this is actually a home for you, right? See, so what I want to do is I want to make wrongs right. And you know, if we came off a little aggressive, a little sideways, once again, you know, my apologies on that. But I'm very passionate about what we do. We're very passionate about what we do here, and we've been doing it a long time. And we got a lot of arrows in our backs. We got a lot of arrows in our backs, right? You see, so we're so firm on what it is that we do that we don't really give a lot of credence to like the gray area. Or let's just say this: we have our own gray area that we're gonna give credence to, right? So, upon further conversation and reading your comments, I made you a moderator, and I just want you to understand what this channel is about. We are very forward thinking to the point where we will mentally power through some shit in one live stream. We're not gonna settle on a cultural problem and throw our hands up and say there's no solution. Bullshit. We'll hash it out before this motherfucker's done. Bet on it. Bet on it. But you good. Okay. We square. We square. And I appreciate you, State of Being. And I got you modded up. Hey, let's do this, Jay Sean. I gotta get dinner together, bro.
No problem, bro.
Hey, what you got on it, man? Let's close it out.
Oh, nothing, man. I enjoyed this conversation, man. I just think, you know, it's a quick Google. You can just Google African American inventors and scientists or engineers, and you're gonna get a bunch of different types of lists, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. The impact of black men and black women to our society. But black men have, I mean, we've carried such a heavy load for the world, you know, being in America as far as inventing and innovating things, and everybody's benefited from it. And unfortunately, to have that kind of track record and that not be our social track record or persona is unfortunate. That's why I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's a black man, a white man, yellow man, a black woman for that matter. Anybody who shits.
Oh, yo, Jay Sean, you there? What happened? Oh shit! What happened to the audio? Yo, Jay Sean, you there?
I'm here.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, bro.
What was the last thing I said?
It cut out maybe like about 20 seconds ago.
Oh, I was just saying, but I'll just sum it up real quick.
Okay.
When it comes to the black male image and the African American image overall, you know, it has to be met with malice, and anybody disrespecting it they have to get that work. The track record is too long. It's too many factual and actual things that have been done from this small ragtag group of people called the American Negro. And for us to have the track record we have and not have the prestige that we should have around the world, that to me is the real disappointment. That's my real disappointment. That's my real chip that I have on my shoulder. And as long as I'm living, if you encounter me, you're going to meet a proud black man that's going to represent us very well. And I know my history, and I know who I am, and I know who you not. Life is business. Excuse me, business is life, and life is business. You brothers handle yours. I'm getting up out of here. Thanks for having me on, Complex. Salute to the Black Brain Trust.
You already know, bro. Lil Gang. All right. So, wow, I wasn't expecting it to go this long. Wow. So I should submit some of these scripts or film to my damn self thinking facts. You're right. Hey, you know what? State of being, we good, bro. We good. We good. And I'm glad that I'm glad that something positive comes out of this, man. And like I said, I didn't mean to come off like that. It's just that we put hella work in, and in social media, we gotta fight like a lot of narratives about black, in terms of black men and our perceptions, right? That we don't build, we don't do this, we don't do that. And so when we get these questions about that type of stuff, like we tend to kind of be, I don't want to say ahead, but we kind of we just understand things, and those things, it doesn't really matter. The fact of the matter is that you understand what our intentions are over here, and I'm glad that you're here, and that's why I made you a moderator, and I hope to see you here more. That's really what I want to get at the end of the day. That's what I want to get at. I hope to see you here more. Shonda, you said, not trying to be a distraction, but you may want to check out instead of this page first. Just saying. Okay. All right. I'll check it out. Right. But, like I said, this channel, the reality is that the Black Brain Trust, this is an open platform, but you know, it's an open platform, but just understand, like when you go to the about section of it, just understand that it's open based on those tenets. It's not an open platform where anybody can just get their shit off. That's not what it is. Understand that this platform has structure and it has tenets. It has a whole theme to it. So as long as you're fitting within that schism, then you're welcome. Let's see. I think that's it. Oh my god, I'm burnt. No, damn, I didn't really expect to go this long, but it did, and the reason why is because we got brothers like Rael, Jay Shine, Johnny Blaze, Chaos Rain came through to put in on these types of conversations. So when you got brothers like of that caliber, then yeah, you're gonna get build sessions like this. So salutes to the broskies, right? Because they make this channel what it is. It's not a singular thing. This isn't my channel. I'm just the steward of it. It's a collective. It's always been a collective. It always will be a collective. With that being said, you guys can hit the like button and all that good stuff. I'm gonna go make some salmon croquettes from my baby cakes. You guys have a good one. Peace.